Hello, my name is Felicia Favroth, owner of Skincare by Felicia, and today my job is to teach you about the different types of handcrafted soaps. So what is the definition of handcrafted soap? There are three key elements when we think about handcrafted. One, that it is made by a person as opposed to a machine. The process is overseen by a person as opposed to a computer. And the third, very importantly, is that there's very minimal use of mechanized equipment. So those three key elements together make up handcrafted soap and or cosmetics. So there are four main types of handcrafted soap. First, there's melt and pour. Then there's cold process, hot process soaps, and finally, liquid soap. So let's talk about the different ingredients that are in each type of soap. So with melt and pour, you tend to purchase your bases, either at high-end craft stores or online, and there's lots of different types of bases that you can use. Then with cold processed soaps and hot processed soaps, it is a combination of water, lye, and various types of oils and fats. And then with liquid soap, you also use water, oils, and lye, but this time you use potassium hydroxide as opposed to sodium hydroxide. And then what makes each soap different and make it uniquely yours is the different additives that you can add, such as colorants. You can add fragrance, embeds, all kinds of different things just to make the soap specially yours. Starting
Hold on. There we are. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the HSCG launch party. There is a brand new website, and I am peeking, so let's turn that down just a bit. If you are watching on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, wherever you are watching, go ahead and type in the comments so that we know who you are. Now, some of you are watching on Facebook, so it'll just say, hey, I don't actually have your name there. But please do let us know who you are. Now, we have quite a schedule for you today. Number one, we are going behind the scenes at HSCG. Yes. Do you see this behind me? I am actually in Saratoga today, not in Philadelphia. In case you don't know who I am, right below this screen, it says Zakia Ringgold. Tell me who you are. Go ahead and type your name in the comments, and I will bring you up on screen with me. Hold on. Who do we have? I just ran from another office just now and didn't realize that we were live, but we're going to do it anyway. So we have Melanie here. Melanie, not sure where you're watching from. We also have Jessie. Hey, Jessie, my daughter loves that show. I know that's not you, but it just reminded me of that. We also have Janet here from San Diego. Welcome, watching on the YouTube side. Allison on the YouTube side as well. We have a suspicious Facebook user. You're not suspicious. It's just that it's not telling me your name. But I know you're here. But somebody, I know you're here. You know you're here. We have Monica watching as well. All of you that are joining, I am so excited. We also have the amazing Lee O'Donnell. I actually got a chance to hug her and meet her in person, so I think I'm a little bit special. There's a ton of you here watching from Southern California. Yay! Welcome, Angela. Oh, I love Angela, also known as Alegna Soap. Good to see you. I'm just saying hi to all of you because I'm so excited. We haven't been in person in a long time. So seeing you live is really, really exciting. So let's talk about what in the heck we're doing with a launch party, okay? So first of all, if you look to my other right, there is the schedule that we have. You're probably wondering, how in the heck are we going to be live for 4 hours? But we have a jam-packed schedule. Number one, we're going behind the scenes here at HSCG. Not only are you going to meet the staff, but you're going to meet most of the board members. Yep, That's what you're going to get. We're also going to be doing a tour of the brand new website that just dropped in the last week or so, 2 weeks. There's people here, so you can't see them, but I'm looking at them, they're looking at me, we're looking at each other to know like you're saying it right or you're saying it wrong. Next, and throughout this entire day, we also have trivia. And that trivia is to see who knows soap making, who knows candle making, who knows the soap guild. And depending on how high you go, you can get up to 500 soap bubbles. And if you know anything about soap bubbles, they can be used in the online store. You can use it to register for the conference. You can buy books. You can get certified. All of that stuff becomes available with those soap bubbles. The American dollar, the Mexican peso, I don't know, Indian rupees. You can use other things, but it's the version of the guild's cash mechanism there. So you want to participate in the trivia to get those prizes. Now, I have seen a ton of comments, so let me bring you all here. So we have Kruger. I'm sorry, I may not be saying, but from South Africa. Welcome, welcome on the YouTube side. We also have Janelle watching over there on Facebook. Oh, I made you super tiny, guys. I didn't mean to do that. I'm so sorry. I was like zooming in, but didn't mean to. So let's fix her. Are you still there? You're still there, but my screen is super tiny. I pulled Jacqueline's comments in, and it went shh, zoom, zoom, zoom. And that's not what we want. That's not what we want, Bradley. Let's fix her. And fix her again. There we go. Sheesh. All right, so we have Jacqueline, and what other people do we have? Before I start, do you have any questions for me? Before I begin, go ahead and put your questions in, and I can tell you how this whole thing is going to go. We still have Matthew from Missouri, Janelle from Michigan. Ariane is here. Ariane is our special guest coming on pretty soon. We also have Diane. There's a ton of you. I just keep scrolling. So hopefully everyone will get a chance to say hello. Hopefully you connect with fellow soap and cosmetic makers while you are here. But we're going to go ahead and get started. So we've talked about the schedule, right? And so what I want to make sure you understand is we are going to have special guests coming in from all over. Now, they all couldn't make it here to Saratoga, but because of the beauty of technology, you'll get a chance to see them, interact with them, and talk with them as well. We do have a trivia coming up. So if you're on the mailing list, hopefully you got this notification. But if not, all of you have a chance to win. Why is there so much time? Oh, Lynn, I'll get back to that in a second. Wonderful to see you too. Now, depending on how you are watching, in order to participate in the trivia, we need you to go to a website. So if you can open up another browser and go to crowdparty.app. And when you get there, you're going to want to put in the code 12217. If you don't have the ability to do that, if you have a phone, maybe you're watching us on a laptop, why don't you put us up on the TV? Even better, you can stream it with AirPlay or Google Play. If you're a team Android, sorry for you. But no shade, but all the shade in the world is going with that one. So you can also take a picture and it'll take you to the website. That is how you are going to be able to participate in the trivia today. Okay, so why don't we go ahead and play a little bit of trivia, shall we? Yes, we shall. So far, we've only got 34 of you players here. There is something wrong with that because I see over 200 people watching live. So if you have not gotten a chance already, please be sure to go to crowdparty.app and you want to put in the code 1227. Did you hear the prizes? 12217. Thank you. I'm looking at it and I'm saying it wrong, but I have some amazing board people here like no, Zakia. Read it right. It's 12217. All right, so let's go ahead and get our trivia up. I'm seeing all the hearts and whatnot. Mm-hmm. Come on back. Go. There we are. Sorry, guys, I was muted, and I need to make sure that's not the case when we're switching. And now come here. We're up to 55 players. I think we can get a little bit more. There we go. All right, we're up to 57 players. Now, while you are on the site, that feels really loud. Let's pull it down. While you are on the site, you can give us a thumbs up. You can give us a heart. I just saw Al there from the New Jersey chapter, but also of the Soap Guild. So if you haven't already, type in the chat, would you rather be invisible or able to read minds? That's our icebreaker for you all. After I typed in my name, I did not see where to type in the code. So Deborah, what you want to do is try to put it in again or refresh the page and it should allow you to come back in. Bath Fizz and Foam said Baz. I'm not sure if that's supposed to mean invisible or reading minds. Someone said definitely invisible. I might be a millionaire if I was invisible. Let's just say. Jason Haskins says invisible. I've still got lunch. I don't know. I can't read that. Read minds. I don't know. Sometimes I don't like what my own mind is saying, let alone reading somebody else's mind. But hey, girl, hey. Hey, Baz. How are you? Good to see you. All right. So let's talk a little bit about how this trivia will work. But I think I'm getting off schedule. I think I am. So I'm going to give you all a few minutes to join that launch party. But first, what we're going to, somebody said amen to that. I don't want to read anybody else's mind. So what, what we want to do is we're actually going to have you all meet the staff. And so I am going to invite a few of our guests on. One moment here. First, we have the amazing Lee O'Donnell. She's not on yet, but she will be in just a second. We also have Christine Farmer. I'm adding her. Then we have Cameron and Sarah. So let's go ahead and switch you guys over. Ladies, how are you?
Hi.
They look so excited to be here, don't they? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so before I start asking a bunch of questions, can you each go around and say who you are and where you work within HSCG? We'll start with Lee. Can't hear you, Lee. Hold on one second. Did you unmute on your side? Try one more time. Can you hear her? One second. Oh, I muted you, Lee. Yeah, it's saying you're muted. Lee, come over here and talk to me. Come out of your office. She's coming, guys, and she's going to run pretty fast. Hold on, she's coming. There's Lee. Can you all hear her? Okay, good. So, Lee, can you tell us who are you?
Yes, I am the executive director, the conference director, and the advocacy point person.
And how long have you been with HSCG?
Well, I actually joined as a member back in 2004, and then I moved on to the board in 2005, and I've been working as an employee since 2011, so 12 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
So would you say this is the best job you've ever had?
It is the best. I love this job. I love everything about it. The people, the people I work with in the office, the board, everything's great. It's a really great job. It's so positive.
Great, great. Let's see, who else do we have? Sarah, can we hear you? Let's try it. Let me unmute you. Yes, I can hear you.
Hello.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
And what department or where within HSCG do you work?
So I am the associate director, or as Lee once referred to me as in an email as her irreplaceable number 2. So I've clung to that. But what I do is I curate our social media, our how-to library, which is now our resource center, and then also our cut to the trace e-zine. So I help with content, and then I also help Lee with the conference.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. And I see you have Cameron sitting there with you. Hi, Cameron.
Hi.
And Cameron, where in the HSCG do you work?
I am the member engagement coordinator and environmental initiative coordinator. So I work with our member benefits, our vendors, some aspects of the conference, and I also work on the environmental side of the HSCG.
Which is so important. Thank you for doing that, Cameron. And
Thank you.
last but certainly not least, we have Christine. Christine, tell us about you and where you work within HSCG.
Hi, I am your certification director. I am also the member experience coordinator here. So I answer phone calls, I process your orders, I email you back when you have questions. So I'm kind of go-to gal when you have questions on membership, insurance, certifications, things like that.
Okay, great. And I have one question for all of you.
Sure.
We are in the middle of a website launch. What would you say is your favorite part of the website? Lee, I'll start with you.
Well, I love the conference pages and the advocacy pages because that's kind of where I live. I'm so happy with the redesign and how it looks and the branding. And it's so much more modern and simple. It's great.
Fantastic. Sarah, what about you?
I love the new benchmark system and the benchmark badges where you can kind of like keep track of your progress as a member. I think that's my favorite part so far.
Okay. And Cameron?
I like that we have added a search bar feature because I like to make things easy, and that makes everything easy on our website.
Oh, fantastic. And Christine, I will not leave you out.
Obviously, it's the certification.
Certification.
We worked really hard on getting that put together, so everything's in one place for you guys.
Fantastic. All right, ladies, I know you have a lot to do. I heard your phones ring-a-ling-linging. I know Cameron has a ton of email, but you will be behind the scenes and watching
We
as
will.
well. So we're going to go ahead and start the trivia after we meet our board members.
That sounds great.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
So I am going
Bye.
to switch one more time. Come on over, ladies. Now I have 3 more beautiful ladies with me. Hold on. All righty. So we have 3 members of the board here. There's one more couldn't make it, but we have at least 2 more.
Two more.
2 more that couldn't make it. So we'll start with Stephanie.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Falsetta. I am the president of the HSCG.
Okay.
I'm Tracy Heppis. I'm the secretary of the HSCG.
And I'm Beth Byrne, and I'm vice president of the HSCG.
Fantastic. And I'm going to give you guys the same question.
Okay, so my favorite part is the special request area. I've actually gotten a lot of huge orders from there.
Wow.
So definitely check it out because we've gotten, at least my company has gotten a lot of new customers from it.
Yeah, so the special request, in case you don't know, is organizations can actually say, hey, I'm looking for a maker that can make shampoo bars or regular bars. And then that's filtered through you, right?
Yes.
Wow, as a maker. So it's a really, really good idea to make sure that you're on there. Next, what about you, Beth? I'm sorry, I was supposed to go in order and then just confusing everybody there.
Well, I really like the profile area because it tells you everything about yourself, so you can easily keep track of what you've done and haven't done. And it also tells you how much of the website you're using, and it gives you a benchmark. So I'm at a pretty pitiful 22%, but I hope that most of you are doing better than I am. What percent are you all at?
Yeah, go ahead. If you have not logged into the HSCG new website, we definitely want you to do that while we are on this launch party. And we are curious because maybe we have a prize for you. What is your percentage for completion on the website? Is that the benchmark we're calling it there? Yeah.
What percentage of your membership benefits
Are
you're
you
using?
are you utilizing? So are you taking advantage of the member marketplace? Are you taking advantage of your listing? All of those things, and depending on how much of that you've completed, you'll go from 0 to 100%. So I do want to know where you are, so be sure to type that in the chat. Thank you, ladies. I really appreciate you being here. And they're still going to be on the other side, either of the door or this table, to say good grief.
Well, we are looking forward to seeing everyone in Kansas City.
That's right.
Bye.
Bye. So now, 88%, but it won't let me complete the Facebook. We have some people, I don't know who Facebook user is, but somebody find out who that is because they're kicking butt and taking names. Ariane is saying that she's at 77%. And someone from Indiana, we have Matthew at 66%. And Jason said it was 35%, but I can't find it again. When you first log on to the site, Al is at 88. Of course you are, Al. You are incredible. Fazia. Well, Beth, you've got Fiza beat. She's at 11%. So you've got a little bit more to do on there, which is fine. Let's see. All right. So let's go back to, let's make sure, where are we on schedule? Excellent. So let's talk about that trivia. Let's talk about the trivia, shall we? Yes, we shall. We're up to 74 players on trivia. So let's go ahead and get you all ready to go. So some people had some questions. I'll tell you again, and hopefully someone will put it in the chat. You don't have to be here the entire time, but the longer you play, the more points that you can win. So in order to join us in the trivia, you want to go to crowdparty.app. Crowdparty.app. And once you're there, you want to put in the game code of 12217. That's 12217. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and start us off. Make sure that you can see the device that you've joined with. And we have a couple of different games in here. You're going to be presented with an opportunity to open some gifts. I leave it up to you whether or not you do. Sometimes you'll win points. Sometimes you'll lose points. However, it's all fun and games. And so let's go ahead and get started. All right, so we have a trivia question. I'm going to read that trivia question to you. And the first one is, where is the HSCG main office located?
Kansas City.
Again, where is the HSCG main office located? And you want to choose the answer on your screen. So we had 21 of you say Saratoga Springs. One person said Manhattan. And I think Stephanie confused you by saying, can't wait to see you in Kansas City. That's where the conference is. All right, so let's see where we stand on our board. Joey with 130 points. Ms. Ariane. Okay, so we know Joey's in the first place. Here's our next trivia question. If you have a general question about local chapters, Who would be best to assist you? Would it be Sarah Wagner, Lee O'Donnell, Cameron O'Donnell, or Christine Farmer? Who would be best able to help you with a general question about local chapters? And 10 of you got that one right. Cameron. Yes, Cameron O'Donnell, which is for member engagement. All righty. Joey, you're still up there. Dirty Unicorn. Interesting name, but you're in second place. Here's our next trivia question for you. If you have a question about social media, website, or HSCG experts, who would be the best to contact? Christine Farmer, Sarah Wagner, or Lee O'Donnell? Who would be best for social media, website, or HSCG experts? Sarah Wagner. Oh, there we go. That one's tripped up a few of you there. Where's our points now? Claudia came inching out of nowhere. Amy Warden at 310 in second place. We have a few more trivia questions, and then we'll move into our very first interview. Who is the current president of the HSCG Board of Directors? She was just sitting to this side of me. Well, there were two people sitting, never mind. Lee, Beth, Stephanie, or Tracy? Which one would be the current president of the board? Stephanie. Ah, we tricked up a few more of you there. Stephanie is the president. Lee is the executive director. All right. So, Dirty Unicorn, don't know who you are, but you are in first place. And now you all have a choice to make. You just received a gift. Will you accept it or decline it? You could win 300 points or you could lose 300 points. It's all up to you. Somebody might take first place by this one. Who knows? It could be you. It could be me. Give you a chance to pick. If you accepted, you just got 150 golden points. All right, let's see. Dirty Unicorn is still kicking butt with 500, and then Sunray is in second. So you can lift your heads up from those screens that you have, and we're going to take a look at some of the bloopers.
Ready? Why should, what were we saying, chefs, bakers, and okay.
Wait, what am I supposed to be saying?
3 main areas that you can be looking into for, I forgot, certifications. I'm like, for what?
Hi, I'm Barb De Los Santos.
Hi.
And welcome to this episode of the Handcrafted Soap and Cuts. Stop. Understanding the needs you will have to stop. No, I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on with me.
That makeup need to sorry.
I started the reduced plastic waste. Wait, can you say that one more time? I'm sorry.
I have let them do it.
Did I do okay? Bloodbath. I don't like that.
Okay. I want to encourage you to think about doing things a little differently.
Oh my gosh. Hi, I'm Marie from Humblebee and Me, and today in true draw me like one of your French girls style, we're going to be talking about DIY makeup formulation.
The exam, eye contact, and everybody smile.
Okay, I wasn't sure if there was more text.
No, that's what
Okay. We brought, nope. Put that down to, nope. We're there. Okay, ready? In Dallas, nope. In double, no. What'd I say? That first part was so good. I got it.
I hope this has helped.
Smile and glare.
And is initiative a good word? No.
Think about how your products will look on those shelves of that place. That was close.
Product development.
That was really loud. I want to kick off by for fuck's sake.
If you're a basic, if you're membership, it depends on, let me start, yeah. 20 question is a 20 question about cold process, renew, renew what? Proper safety, body lotion, body bar, body melt. Had it right until the end.
The goal of the campaign is to How, okay.
HSCG video library.
Should do this. It's my glamour shot.
Yeah.
And look how beautiful I am. I must stop these conferences from happening.
All right, I swear to God, next shot is perfect. I got it now.
You can learn more about DIY makeup formulation in my book, Make It Up, The Essential Oh God, what is my book called?
You take the mathematics. We might have to edit this.
Good luck.
In future. Okay. Blah, blah, blah.
Oh, it was so good and I messed it up. Okay, ready? Okay, last time.
Sorry, okay. I thought you were stopping.
Okay, so hopefully you all got a chance to enjoy some of the blooper reel from the annual conference. But I am so excited to announce our very first guest is here. We have the amazing and beautiful Ariane here to do a little bit, just a few questions. We don't have her for long. We know she's very busy. So if you all can give us some emojis, some hashtag love in the chat, that way we can go ahead and bring her on and you all will get a chance to meet Ariane. Ariane, we're going to bring you on right now. So make sure you're, there she is. Hi, Ariane. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Oh, fantastic. Yes, I can. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's spring, finally. We still have snow, but it's almost all gone.
Thank goodness, for sure. And so I do have two questions for you, but if in case there's anyone who's watching now who doesn't know you, can you tell us who you are, where people can find you, that bit of information?
Yes, absolutely. So my name is Ariane. I'm a soap maker. I also make cosmetics and candles, and I am located in Quebec, Canada. And most people know me because of my YouTube channel where I share my process and I film pretty much everything I do and I upload videos. I'm also very active on Instagram and TikTok. So that's pretty much what I'm known for. And I've also been a speaker for the HSCG a couple times.
Okay, one moment. I'm getting feedback from you, but I think it's the way I have you set up here. So let me change this. Okay, let's try it again. How about now?
How's this now? Do you still have some feedback?
No, I don't have any, but I want to make sure that...
Are we good?
I think so. It's like a 10-second delay. I want to make sure that they're okay. Perfect. Okay, perfect. So that was a good segue because now I can go to your questions, Ariane. So one question that we have is, what is the importance of learning how to make your products proper the first time around?
Okay, so assuming we are making, for business purposes, for resale, and every country is different. Like you guys are in the US, I'm in Canada, and we have probably viewers that can be anywhere in the world. So each country has regulations, and it's such a better idea to figure out the regulations and know how to legally do it, and how to properly do it so that then you are on track when you're making and you're legal selling your products. I don't know everything about the US, but I know that there are good manufacturing practices in most countries. There are labeling laws in most countries. So I think getting to know that before actually starting to sell. I mean, you can practice how to make soap and other products, and use them for yourself, but when you start selling, it's really important to know the regulations and use proper measurements when you make your products, use scales, record your recipes or your formulas, and have everything written down so that your products can be consistent from one batch to another. And there's a lot of resource to get started. I know that HSCG has resources for the US. I'm not sure about the rest of the world, but in Canada we have Health Canada's website that is a gold mine. There are also some people that do sell online classes on being, legally selling cosmetics in different countries. I know that there are courses for Canada, also in the US. So a little bit of online research, even through the HSCG's website, will get you good places to get started.
Oh, that's really good resources that you mentioned. So that was actually my second question in terms of what resources you would suggest. But I
Yeah.
guess you talked a lot about
I have
people.
more. I have a whole list. I have notes for that question.
Well, here's my second question. Let's keep going. What resources would you suggest to help a beginner?
Okay, so there's like many great options to learn how to make soap and cosmetics, but my personal favorite is hands-on. I know with the global pandemic, in-person classes have been on and off in the past 2 years, but I think more and more the situation is, getting a little bit more regular and the curve is flattening, and I think in-person classes are gonna start happening more and more. And for me, I'm a visual learner, and I need to I love a good book, and there are many good books on the HSCG's website. And my favorite, by the way, are like Pure Soap Making and Soap Crafting by Faiola. And I know that you sell them at the HSCG, but there are many, many others. And the first book I got was The Soap Maker's Companion, and I still refer to it after like 19 years making soap. So, but in person is like really like what I prefer, just to get kind of a feeling of how it works and to see someone doing it in front of us. It's kind of, it makes people more secure to have somebody like coaching them. And I was looking at the new website from the HSCG, and I saw that the learning library is now like included in the resource center, and there's also a nice video called Soaping with Exotic Oils and Butters that I published that is in there. But there's like a whole list of videos online on the HSCG website, and they also have certified teachers that do online and in-person classes. So there's like just a whole bunch of places, but like the HSCG like regroups all of these listings. I'm sure there are others outside of the HSCG website, but like I was just scrolling through, and most of the ones that I could like think of were listed there. And one place that I would love to go to one day like would be the Nova Studio by Lori Nova Andres. Like she seems to have like the best classes, but she's just so far away. I'm on the East Coast in Canada, and she's on the West Coast in the US. But but all of these places that are on the website, I find that it's really nice that everything is like kind of like how to say, you guys, I'm a French speaker, so sometimes words are hard.
Yeah.
But yeah, like everything is at the same spot. So I was looking at the resource center, and by the way, like the new website is much more easier to navigate, and it looks much more modern than the previous version. Like the other one, it was ready for a revamp, and it's really looking good.
Yeah, for sure. Well, you have given us a wealth of information. I'm hoping that somebody's able to capture those and maybe come back and put them in the chat for people. So I know people have been fanning over your studio. The jealousy radar is all the way up there in terms of how beautiful it is. We've either seen it on YouTube or Instagram, but now we're getting it to see it here, which is fantastic. And Jessie is saying you're doing great. And Erin says, Ariane is my favorite. I've learned so much from her. There you go. All right. So is there one piece of advice that you have for any soap maker, whether they're just starting out or have been in business for such a long time? What would be that piece of advice that you have for them?
I think to just follow your heart and be creative and think outside of the box and stop looking at what everybody's doing and comparing yourself. You can look at what everybody's doing, but don't compare yourself and trust your instincts.
Absolutely.
I think like right now there's like many soap makers. There's so many of us, but there's room for many because every town has room for a soap maker. Sometimes the town is bigger and there's more than one. And customers will like different niches. Is that how you say it? So it's like
tomato.
Do something that represents you, and people will love it.
For sure. Thank you so much. Ariane is what. Oh, well, I want you to see this comment before you hop off because I think it's really beautiful. is what gave me the courage to try soaping 4 years ago, and I still learn so much from her. And that's from Joey.
Thank you.
All right. Well, Ariane, thank you
thanks
so
for having
much
me.
for making the time. We're going to head back to some trivia, and thank you again for joining us.
Bye.
Bye
Take care.
bye. All righty. All right. So how exciting was that? We got a chance to see Ariane today. We're going to see quite a few more people. And then of course people are saying thank you, Ariane, for always being an inspiration, and then also excellent advice from her as well. And Tracy is saying thank you. So Ariane will still be able to see those. We're going to now head over to the website just to give you all just a quick sneak peek. And so I am going to switch my screen, and now you all should be able to see the website. Alrighty, so if you are brand spanking new and you have not checked out the website yet, you want to go over to soapguild.org. It's like it's got a whole new facelift happening. Oh, 1 second. There's a whole new facelift that's going on the website. And Elegant Sensations is saying she's at 77% and trying to finish the last few sections, but can't figure out what I'm supposed to do for the Facebook link. We'll figure it out prior to. It's really pretty. Good job, guys. It is beautiful. The colors are such a modern feel. It's so easy to navigate around the site. There are the tools and resources. We also have member benefits. So and we are going to do a deep dive with Sarah Wagner in just a bit. So you all will get a chance to really understand some of the pieces that are there. So we have all of the benefits of being a member. There's also events. We haven't spoke much about the conference. You got a chance to see the blooper reel, but the 2022 conference is coming up, and you can get information there as well as learn about classes and the calendar. Also, buying handcrafted, the member showcase, all of that is there, and then you can get additional information about the HSCG. And as you scroll down the page, you can see the insurance information, how to get discounts, you can purchase products as well. And then there's also more. There is a plethora of information available. And let's see what some of you are saying with your first reactions to it. So Debbie is saying the new site looks fantastic. I'm saying fantastic, but you said fabulous, but I guess they go together. Looking at it right now, I love this upgrade. I do too. And let's say Elegant Sensations love the new look and the ease of navigation. It is so simple to navigate for sure. And let's see, Janet Lancaster loves the new site. And that's the beauty of it, guys. We'll have a chance to go through, see all of the elements, and then also really understand. And if somebody can actually get up to, I think Al was at 88%. Was that our highest number in terms of completion? All right, Al, you may have won. Nice. Less intimidating, says Tracy. I completely agree. I completely agree. So who's ready for a little bit of trivia? Is anybody ready? Somebody type in hashtag trivia. Okay. All righty. So some of you are still on our trivia page. Let's go ahead and end this round and go to the next round. So here's our first question. Which location has not been a venue for the annual conference? Would that be Philadelphia, Hood River, Tucson, or Denver? Which one has not been a venue for the annual soap conference? Let's see how many of you get this one correct. Philadelphia, only 2 of you. That's my home city. I may have been doing a slight pitch to get it there, but only 2 of you got that right. But it has been in Hood River, Denver, and Tucson. So, Lee, I'm not sure if you're still watching. If you're picking up what I'm putting down. So we have Dirty Unicorn in first, Sunray in second. So this is a majority wins question. And so you just pick which one you think is the answer. The best part of the HSCG annual conference is the networking, the vendors in the expo hall, the Soper showcase, or the workshops. Which one do you think is the best part of the conference? Let's see. Workshops won out with 9 votes. So there's some of you that may have dropped off. If you have just joined us and you would like to join us in the party, you can go to crowdparty.app. It's right here on the top of this page. And you can type in the code, which is 12217. It is never too late to join. Absolutely, positively do join us because you never know. You could win some bonus points and knock the first place winner to the third place. Again, we have some fabulous prizes that will be going out for the party. So depending on where you are in it, you will have a chance to win several soap bubbles and more. So if you aren't already in here with us, make sure you come back and join us. All right, let's go to the next round. Sunray is in first and Catherine is in second. This year's conference theme is Makers Gonna Make, It's All About You, Cosmetics and More, or Lather Up. Which one is this year's conference theme? Does anybody know? Anybody know? Anybody got a guess? Does anybody know? It's all about you. 13 of you knew that one, which is great. So all of you have gotten some points. And Dirty Unicorn is still knocking you all out of the park. All right, we have another gift for you. You just received a gift. Remember, it could be points added or points deducted. Choose wisely. You can either accept the gift and get the prize or disaster, or you can decline the gift and lose the prize or avoid the disaster. Let's see, what do we have? You lost 50 points if you opened that gift. Okay, so next up, we actually have an interview with Lee O'Donnell, which we will be talking all about advocacy. So she's probably going to take off her boots and come running in a minute to actually come and see us. And let me get her ready to go. Look, see, she came running.
I did.
All right. So unfortunately, we got to do it this way because technology does what technology does. And more on you. Yep. So let's talk a little bit about advocacy. I know you spent a lot of time in DC recently, actually, and a lot of people don't realize how involved the HSCG is and why it's so important. So can you tell us a little bit about advocacy?
I can. So this is for the United States, and we have been involved in advocacy since about 2008. Congress wants to update the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act of 1938 for obvious reasons, since it's about an 4-year-old bill.
Mm-hmm.
So they want to update that. When they go and they look to update it, they actually didn't even realize that this industry, the handcrafters, existed. So we started going to DC with an advocate or a lobbyist, and we get meetings and we meet with members of Congress and their staff, and we educate them about who the handcrafted soap industry is, what kind of products you make, what kind of, things you think about when it comes to, when you have to, adhere to these regulations. Is it going to be too burdensome? Is it going to take you a long time? Is it going to cost you money? So those are the kinds of things that we look at when they're trying to update these regulations.
Mm-hmm.
So we've been very successful. Actually, the pandemic kind of slowed down our in-person advocacy for obvious reasons. But actually, last week I was back in DC and I was doing meetings in person for the first time since the pandemic began. So that was great. And right now there are 2 bills. So one is in the House, and it's Senators Feinstein and Collins, and we have worked with both senators and their staff very extensively, And that bill will not hurt this industry whatsoever. It has very adequate small business provisions in it to protect the industry. So we're good there. So then we have a bill on the House side from Representative Schakowsky. And that bill is also good. It has a adequate exemption for small business to allow you to gear up before you have to adhere to some of the more stringent parts of the bill. So we're good there. However, we did learn last week that there is a new bill possibly coming out of the Senate. And we are working with those members of Congress and their staff already on the bill language and what would be in it. So they are very aware of us. They actually asked us to participate, which shows you how long we've come, because when we first started this, way back in 2008 without an advocate, just even getting a meeting was ridiculously hard. So we're watching the Senate for a new bill to come out, and that would be sort of in conjunction with Feinstein and Collins' bill, but it would sort of replace that and take over. And then we have one more bill we're looking at in the House, and that's the one that we're most concerned with at the moment, but we are fighting very hard for your rights as handcrafters. And we may be reaching out to you for either participation in a virtual advocacy day or for a letter writing campaign to your representative. We aren't at that point yet, but please, watch your e-news and things like that, and we will let you know. Just so you know, though, this is one of the biggest things that we do for you. A lot of people are like, go ahead, you take care of it. I just want to make my products. But your dues, part of your dues, go to fund this. And, advocacy is not cheap. We would love to spend that money on something else, but it is so worthwhile what we're doing. And we need your help and participation, especially when things like, this House bill comes out.
Yeah.
So stay tuned.
Thank you. So, well, Lee, before I let you go, someone is saying, Tracy Lee is saying, would love to participate. How you started to outline some ways that people could participate.
Yes.
What could you say those again, just so people are aware of what is that call to action for them as handcrafters?
Absolutely. Please watch your member e-news and our website and our social media, but we will be probably running a letter writing campaign for your representative. And we're going to put that up on our website so that it's very easy for you to do. You will be able to log in, find who your rep is, fill out a letter basically with some personal information, and boom, it gets emailed right to your representative. Right. That is extremely helpful to us because it's your stories and your issues and your why you own your business and what the money provides to you. That's what they need to hear. That's what they need to hear. And the other thing is we might be doing another advocacy day. We've done 2 in the past in person, and we might do one that is virtual so that you can participate and not actually have to go to DC to do it.
Yeah, because that could be a little cost prohibitive sure. Yeah,
for sure.
And so what would you say is one of the challenges of advocating? What would be something that they just don't understand? Because I heard you say earlier that they weren't even aware that this industry existed. So what are some of the challenges that you've overcome or you see are challenges when you're advocating in DC?
That's a great question. And honestly, the biggest thing is for us to get FaceTime with these members and their staff. And we have done that. I mean, I sat and tried to figure out how many meetings I've done over the course of my career. And it's definitely in the hundreds at this point. And those meetings, and we do them over and over, those are the things that educate them about you. The biggest challenge for us is every 2 years, the House changes. So every 2 years, every House member has to be reelected, right? And if some of the ones that we've been working with and had relationships with don't get reelected or don't run, we have to build a relationship with a new representative. Wow. So it's extremely hard on the House side, but we do a great job. Our DC advocate is Deborah Carnahan, and she's wonderful. She's been working with us for a long time. She knows the industry in and out, loves it. So it's a really good partnership we have with her.
Fantastic. All right. Are there any questions from the audience for Lee? I did see I'm at 100%. Is that Al?
Who did that?
Did Al get to 100%? Let's see. It probably is. It says AG. I'm assuming that's Al.
Yep,
My
that's
Facebook
Al.
people. Okay, Al, so you're going to win the very first prize. I'll find out from Christine what that will be, and we will let you know, but we're going to give you a round of applause here.
Just so you guys know, too, the golden soap bubbles that Zakia has been telling you about, it's each one of them is $1 or, on our website. So she says 500 bubbles, which is the grand prize today. That's $500 for you to use for anything you want, membership, insurance, conference, books, anything.
You name it. Anything on the site you can get.
Yep.
And then someone said, so appreciative and happy to be a member. Yeah, especially with that advocacy, because you're thinking they're speaking for so many. You all are speaking for so many small makers, where one going is impossible, but you're showing up as a representative for all of us, right?
And
with
the
our
key
best
thing
interests.
is we're getting contacted ahead of time before the bill comes out now. That's huge. It's, it's compared to 10 years ago, it's not even, there's no comparison. So we've made enough of an impact that they're actually reaching out to us to ask how the bill would, harm the industry before they write it.
Yeah.
That's great.
Fantastic.
Mhm.
Well, thank you so much,
Thank
Lee.
you.
We are so appreciative, and they're giving Al all his congratulations. I didn't see any other questions come up, so I don't want to hold you because I know you all are very busy.
Thank you. And I'm so glad that all of you for our members, you fund our advocacy with your dues. So thank you.
Yay! Thank you so much, Lee. All right, so we are still moving along. If you have not already joined us in the crowd party, we still have plenty of questions for you all. You're doing good and important work, Lee. They love what you're doing and are very appreciative of it as well. So we're going to head back to our trivia questions. And we also have Chris saying, thanks for representing us. It's very important. I know there were some bills that came out and they were very instrumental in making sure that us as small business owners were not harmed with some of that. So I'm grateful for it as well. All right, so let's see if we can now go back to our trivia. You guys ready for the next trivia question? Remember, if you are just joining, you want to go to crowdparty.app. That's crowdparty.app, and you want to put in the code of 12217. Go ahead and put that code in, and you would be good to go in terms of joining us. All right, let's start our next round. And Dirty Unicorn is still in first place. Amy Warden has jumped up to second place. So this is a would you rather question, and majority will win. Would you rather make hot process soap or make cold process soap? Majority will win here. So let's see. What do we have in the I'm sorry, we didn't do it both. We only had one option or the other. I know some of you say, I do it all. But which one? Wow, 30 for the cold process and 2 for hot process. Some of you like it hot, some of you like it cold. Thank you, Lee, is what they're saying. All right, let's head on to the very next question. All right, Dirty Unicorn is not leaving. I'm going to need your real name. I can't give you a prize there. Okay, so now this next game is called Withdraw. Jackie and Gina Lynn have been given something to draw. Now they're going to draw it on their screen. Hopefully they're still actually logged in. You should be drawing on your screen for what your clue is. It doesn't look like they're drawing, so we may have to skip this round because I don't see anything coming. His name is Boz. Thank you so much. You want to... Oh, it's not there yet. I'm going to pause so it's still there. Thank you for that. We do have about a 10-second delay, so there we go. So with this, we want the two artists. One of you has a clue. You have to draw that on your phone. Gina Lynn, you also have a clue. Draw that on your phone. And the audience will be able to take a guess at what it is. Are you seeing any images? No. I don't think they're here still. Because you know how you can still be here but not participating. So if they're not here, I'm going to give you all nothing yet. So I'm going to give you all the answer. It is Fight Club. Go ahead and type the answer of Fight Club in there. Do you have it? You don't see it in the game?
I see where you put in Fight Club.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just type that in because our two artists have quit. So I'll let that finish playing. And the correct answer is Fight Club. 50 extra points that I really can't give you. But what's the number one rule of Fight Club?
Don't.
Oh, it said the game was paused. My bad. I did that wrong. So in the chat, go ahead and type in what is the number one rule of Fight Club? What did you say? Immediately went to time up. Sorry. So I prefer to scent my products with essential oils, juices and berries, nothing, or fragrance oil. Whatever the majority picks is going to be the winner for this one. Are you an essential oil? Juices and berries got one. Essential oils won out with that one. So if you picked essential oils, guess what? You just got yourself some points. So Dirty Unicorn is at the top. Amy Warden is number 2, and Sun Ray is in 3rd position. So let's see what our next trivia question is. Soap can be made without lye. True or false? Is it true or false? Let's see how many of you get that one. False. All righty. And we have Dirty Unicorn in first, Amy in second. Majority wins. Side with the majority to win points. What do you color your products with? Natural colorant, nothing, crayons, or mica? Natural colorant, nothing, crayons, or mica. 17 of you said mica, 10 for the natural colorant. I'm showing the questions are skipping. They shouldn't be skipping. We're up to question 15 of 21. So let's see. Okay, big delay. Choices show on screen before your instructions. That is correct. We have a 20-second delay. So I'll pause and let it catch up. Same for me. I'm sorry. Let's see. That's probably why Dirty Unicorn probably has a faster internet connection and is getting the questions faster than everyone else. Let's go ahead and give you all a gift. Let's see. Will you take it or will you reject it? You still at a delay? It's not there yet. I'm going to pause it. Oh, darn. So did you at least see the gift to choose before I said it? You're now seeing it and then it's gone. All right. So there's something horrible about this time lag when you're live streaming, unfortunately. And what that is I don't have the ability to speak at the same pace that it's actually showing up. There's about a 20-second delay. So the only thing I can do is actually pause it, wait about 10 seconds, and then let the question come up. We have about 4 more questions that are in this one. But in the meantime, what I will do is I will go ahead and play this video on why being a member of the HSCG could be beneficial to you.
No sound on the video.
There's no sound on it. Do you hear? There's no sound.
on earth.
Be a success.
They help me get things done.
I'm a member because of the benefits.
Because it's wonderful.
Because I love the soaps. The liability insurance.
A fantastic organization that supports us.
I have to be a member of the Guild.
Why wouldn't I be a member?
As a registered nonprofit trade association, the HSCG works for you in many ways. The HSCG supports the trade of making handcrafted soap and cosmetics. The HSCG promotes handcrafted soap and cosmetics directly to the consumer on our website. We educate the consumer about soap and cosmetics and have a searchable directory featuring our members' individual businesses. The HSCG provides small business support so that you can take your passion and turn it into profits. The HSCG offers low-cost general and product liability insurance to its members. The HSCG promotes professionalism and consumer confidence with a soap maker and cosmetic certification program. The HSCG has a resource library with instructional videos, podcasts, articles, and more to provide learning tools for those interested in making handcrafted soap and cosmetics. The HSCG has valuable discounts from suppliers and professional partners like UPS and Office Depot that benefit small businesses. The HSCG monitors legislation and represents the handcrafted soap and cosmetic industry at the federal, state, and local levels in the United States. The HSCG holds an annual conference that moves around the continental United States. This is a professional 3.5-day event filled with learning, networking, and resources. So why should you join the HSCG? Join the HSCG because it supports you.
So hopefully you got just a sneak peek of some of the benefits, and you also heard really about that advocacy work from Lee. So we have a few more questions that we're going to ask, but we have a jam-packed schedule in terms of going through the website and additional guests who will be calling in as well. So I want to make sure that we at least get through the remainder of the trivia so that you all can get it. I'm a little confused on how to prep for the certification. Well, I may have that question answered for you by our one and only Christine in a moment. But first, what I'll do is let's finish our trivia. And let's go to the next round here. So there's about 3 more questions. Let's see who will come out on top. Members can have maker listings on the new HSCG website. How many images can be added per category? I'm going to pause it so it doesn't end. Let's see if you all can catch up there, or it probably will say the game is paused. Let me know what it says.
Okay, you just got done saying category.
Do you see the answers?
I don't see the answers. I see the answers, but I don't see which the first answer, which the correct answer is.
So it has, the question is, members can have maker listings on the new HSCG website. How many images can be added per category?
Al just said you're paused.
The game is paused?
I don't know, he's in paused.
Okay. If I play it though, you have to hurry up and click the answer because there's only 2 seconds left. The answers that are going to be available are 10, 15, 1, or 6. Now this is going to be like quick. 10, 15, and there she goes. So the answer is 6. I'm not sure if you got a chance to choose it. We'll see. Some people, yeah, well, 8 of you got a chance to choose. The correct answer is 6. You can add up to 6 images per category to your maker listing, which is absolutely amazing. So if you can imagine, you have bar soap, you can list out like 6 of your top sellers. That'll draw people's attention and they'll be able to come and see it. If you have body butters, you can add that as a category. There's several categories. In each category, you can have 6 different images to showcase the beauty of the products that you make by hand. So let's see what some of you are saying in the comments. Where is the game being played? The game is being played on crowdparty.app. If you go to that website, yeah, the one was me. Brenda said she answered the 1. I wrote it here. So if you wrote your answer in, that'll give you some points as well, but I won't be able to count it in the leaderboard. However, so some of you are asking, where do you play the game? If you want to join us for the game, you can go to the website crowdparty.app. And when you go there, you can enter the code of 12217. It didn't register. Yeah, Tracy, it's not just you. There's a disconnect between the live stream and it actually landing. So as I'm talking, just running my yapper, you guys aren't hearing what I'm saying until about 20 seconds after I've said it. And then the game only gives you 10 seconds to answer. So by the time you're even hearing the question, we're down to the last 2 seconds. I didn't account for that. But some of you are getting it. So we're going to say it's 20% good and, 80% make it better next time. All right. Possible. There we go. That whole time. Jeez. You're muted. Can't hear. Yeah, I don't know why it keeps doing that. So we have our next question that is coming up. I paused it right at 10 seconds so that I could read you the trivia question. And then that's going to give you a chance to do it. You're doing great, Zakia, and we lost sound again. I know. All right. Game is paused intentionally. I'm pausing the game so that I can read you the question. And then I'm going to unpause the game, and that'll give you 10 seconds to give us your answer before it closes us out. So the question is, this is where potential customers can find makers by location, keyword, or product type. So if someone's going on the website, where should they go? Purchase history, vendor listings, or the maker marketplace. You make your choice now. Did it show up?
You just unpaused it and you're not done speaking yet.
But that's okay. Oh, no, it's not. Well, maybe. We got 26 of you to give us the right answer. So the timing is off on this one, but hopefully you all are at least learning something. Dirty Unicorn, first place. Catherine R. in second, and LaShonda is in third. And we have 2 more trivia questions here, and then we'll be having our next interview guest. Which of these, again, I'm going to pause, and I'm going to ask the question. Which of these is not a certification testing track? So we heard a little bit about certifications. There's actually 3 of them that you can take as an HSCG member. And the 4 answers are cosmetic maker, cold process or hot process, melt and pour, or shampoo and conditioner. Which one is not a certification? I'm going to go ahead and press play.
No.
All right. Shampoo and conditioner is the one that is not a certification, but you can absolutely become certified as a cosmetic maker, melt and pour soap making, as well as cold process and hot process. And there's more than just one. You can be basic, you can be advanced, you can be an expert, and that really helps to show how much you have gone into the particular skill or craft of that particular product. So if somebody said they had questions about actually becoming certified, for everyone, you can't change your Matthew's like, listen, don't think you're getting any extra points. You cannot change your answer, so be certain when you have it. All right, so one thing that we want to make sure that you all know is on the HSCG website there is a framework for prep. And when Sarah comes over, we will make sure to go over that portion of the website. But there are sample tests that you can take a look at. There's also some basic information that you can see about the test and what it is testing for. And as a member, you can do practice tests over and over and over again. And then someone says, now I can see you and hear you on YouTube. I'm sorry, guys. We'll get it down to a science. It shouldn't still be paused, Rose. And you guys can hear me. Yeah, okay. All righty, so here we go. We'll go on to the next question, but I am going to pause it. And we have our same leaderboard, and Al is coming up. We have a gift round coming up. I'm going to pause it so that you all can catch up to me. And this one is a gift. Remember, gifts can be a gift or a curse in this game. You can either win some points or lose some points. So, will you choose to accept the gift or to decline the gift? Make your choice now. If you chose to accept, you just got yourself 300 points. Did that make a difference? Let's see. What did we end up with the lead? Dirty Unicorn, Catherine, LaShonda, Al, Darla, Robin, Tiffany, and Jason. 1 second. Let me just grab a shot of this. Dirty Unicorn. I'm not sure where you're watching from, whether that be Facebook or YouTube, but we're going to need a screenshot of your name. What's for 14th? I don't know. Bragging rights. You get bragging rights if you're in 14th place. That's what you get. 30th place, Tracy, you get I was there when it happened. And you can blame Zakia. Like sometimes she was muted. Sometimes we could hear her. Sometimes the game actually played. Sometimes it was paused. It was rigged. Whatever. But you were here. We all had a good time. We all learned some things. Where would you like the screenshot? Baz, if you could email that to, you are on YouTube. So there's going to be an email address put in probably by the lovely Sarah over there. And then we will be able to make sure that you're the person that should be getting those gifts. And we do have our next guest calling in right now. And what we're going to do is do a quick little transition over so I know that she's comfortable. And we will go ahead and play just a brief video.
Understanding your potential customer's body language can help you gain valuable insight. This leads to much better customer interaction and improved sales. Baby may have back, but you aren't getting a sale out of this one. While this may be one of the most closed off customers, you should still try to turn it around, pun intended. While you may think so, no, this person isn't going to rob you. This is a shy customer that really wants to get your attention, but they're not sure how to. This person is really easy to turn around. They just want you to start the conversation. Walk up with a product or ask politely, "Can I answer any questions?" and you'll have significantly calmed your customer down. The lurker may be ready to purchase or may want to ask a question, but they think that you're too busy to help them. The lurker, like the nervous Nelly, just wants you to start the conversation. Ask if they have a question or show them a product they may like. The vault crosses their arms. This is known to be a very closed-off gesture. This person has issues that you need to solve to get them to buy. Figuring out what those issues are is the trick to getting a sale. Getting the person to uncross their arms is key. Hand them a product to look at and smell. This opens their arms and puts their guard down. Ask them if they've ever used these products before to start a dialogue. With the right touch, you'll see the issues before you and help the vault relax. When you're working and trying to sell your products to the public, stay off your phone. Looking at your phone makes it seem like you're unapproachable and busy, thereby signaling to your customers that the store is closed. This includes reading, doing a crossword, needlepoint, or anything that takes your attention away from your customer. Do not make the mistake of creating a cave for yourself and hiding in it to avoid your customers. Make sure your customer can see you easily and see that you're ready to engage. Do not spend too much time in one place or sit in one place. Move around your booth and engage with customers in your booth or your shop. The sleepy salesperson points or gestures. They do not get out of their seat and they have an overall air of, "You're bothering me." If your potential customer thinks you're bored and do not care about them, they won't buy. Engage and converse with your customers and make them feel special and important. It is about them, not you. Don't let your enthusiasm and excitement get the better of you. When this happens, you can crowd the person or speak too loudly, thus getting the exact opposite of the result you want. Be mindful of the personal space of your customers and keep in the zone where you're making them feel engaged and comfortable. You may not realize it, but you and your potential customer have multiple conversations without even speaking. It all starts with your body language and theirs. Understanding body language can improve your sales overall. Remember, not everyone will approach you with the perfect body language and opening. It's up to you to tailor your sales to your customer.
All right, we now have the beautiful Marie Gale joining us from, where are you from, Marie? I didn't even know the answer to that.
Well, I'm located in Seattle right now, Seattle area.
And many of you may not know, but if you ever have a question about the proper way to label or package anything, Marie is probably the one resource that you are going to hear over and over again. So Marie, tell us a little bit about how you got started writing about labeling and the correct way to do things as a handcrafted maker.
Well, it started out when I was making products and I was going online looking for information about how to label my products, like pretty much everybody else. And I kept getting conflicting information. So I finally went to the FDA site and found the regulations. And I'm one of those weird people that can actually read the regulations, and I like it. You know, it's fun for me. Kind of weird, kind of nerdy. So I read them, and then I realized there was so much wrong information out on the internet because people would take a little snip and then they would apply it in a big area, and it didn't apply to all those places. So I had, that was like going through my mind. And then when I was on the board of the Handcrafted Soap and Cosmetic Guild, actually it was the Handcrafted Soap Makers Guild then, I realized that it was something that was needed for the whole industry. It wasn't just me and a few other people. It was like an industry-wide problem. So I decided to write the book, and I did. That was I think the first book was in 2008, and it's been updated a couple of times since then. It's still pretty much the handbook. Do I have a copy of it on my desk? Of course not. But so now I'm in the process of writing another book. The first one was handcrafted soap and cosmetic labeling, right? So it was just about labeling, and it had a little bit in it about, other stuff you might keep in mind. Well, this one is about, there we go.
That one. Okay.
Yeah, right. So the new one is called Navigating the Rules and Regs, a practical guide for soap and cosmetic handcrafters. And this one includes the spectrum of rules and regulations. I'm finding that I have to cut it off at some point because there are just rabbit holes I keep going down. But it's got all the labeling regulations in it, but plus things like hazardous substance labeling and shipping restrictions and alcohol and how ingredient names are done and the different agencies and can you say eco-friendly? Actually, no.
Really
eco-friendly. You think, well, eco-friendly, that's easy, but actually there's a whole set of regulations that guide statements like eco-friendly because it's too broad, right? You have to bring it down. Is it eco-friendly because of the ingredients you picked? You picked all sustainable ingredients. Is it eco-friendly because if you dump your lotion out in the garden, it will make your plants grow? Is it eco-friendly because the label is printed on recycled paper? So eco-friendly is too big. So you should never use a phrase like eco-friendly, which is kind of, you go online and there's all these little logos: natural, eco-friendly, non-toxic, free of, everything under the world. Yeah. So there's all these different regulations that apply. Things like, and this is how I started discovering these things early on in my soap making career. I made a soap called cherry almond soap, and I scented it with bitter almond essential oil, and that was fine. It was one of my best sellers, and it was great. And then around 2005 or 6, I went to go order an 8-ounce bottle of bitter almond essential oil. And my supplier said, well, okay, but I need to get a copy of your driver's license and a statement from you as to what you're going to use it for. I was like, what? And okay, fine. It didn't really dawn on me that it was a thing. And so I did that, and I got my bottle, and about a couple weeks later, one of my neighbors said, did you see those SUVs, those black SUVs coming down our road? Looked like the feds were coming. And I was like, well, it turns out that bitter almond essential oil is about 98% benzaldehyde. And benzaldehyde is one of the things that you make crystal meth with. So it's actually it's called a list 1 substance, and it's called list 1 because it's a precursor to a schedule 1 substance.
Wow.
And I had no idea, but I'm putting things like this in this book, so it's like, well, okay, you just should know this, right? It's like, and then you can choose. You can choose if you want to use bitter almond essential oil, you want to use straight benzaldehyde, you don't want to do it at all, however you want to do it, but at least you know if you make perfume and it's got these kind of things in it, then you have to put flammable on the label. You can choose. But I think what happens is that people either don't know what to look for, I'll just do this, and then it never dawns on them that they should go check. Or somebody goes to check and try to figure it out, and they get so much conflicting information, or they get buried down some, rabbit hole of regulations, and it's not explained very well. So they get stuck,
Yeah.
and they either go, I'm not going to do it, which is probably the wisest choice if you don't know, or they say, well, I'm going to just do it anyway, and I'll just go to the store and see how somebody else did it.
Exactly.
So that's not always so good either, So I'm really excited about the book. It's going to be released at the conference. That's the first people who will see it are the people who go to the conference.
Excellent, excellent.
Yeah.
And Bath Fizz and Foam says, does your new book reference the laws that are regulating those phrases like eco-friendly? They would love to refer
Yes,
to
of course.
students. Yeah.
Of course. That all falls under the Federal Trade Commission, and it has to do with with non-deceptive advertising.
Yeah, for
Making
sure.
sure that your advertisement is truthful. Truth in advertising, not false and misleading. So, and there's a lot of, we all know we should be truthful and not be false or deceptive, but there's greater minds who have already figured out, you go this way, you're over the line.
Exactly.
And the FTC has started actually taking action in some cases. They went after a couple of, about 4 years ago, they went after 4 cosmetic manufacturers who were claiming their products were natural or all natural, but they were claiming all natural or 100% natural, I think. But their products had dimethicone and some preservatives in them that the FTC said, no, those are not natural. You can't claim that this is 100% natural. So there's, still some opinion in the area about what exactly is or isn't. And so, like in the section on natural, I give some guidelines. There are guidelines out there that you could follow, and it would, you would be able to figure it out. There are actually standards for it. It's not in the regulations of the United States law or the regulations, but it's, they're out there,
Yeah.
So there are resources out there that come from some pretty bizarre places, actually.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
one thing I remember you saying at a conference, because it came up quite a bit, and Jason actually said there are so many handmade companies that do not follow those guidelines. What's one piece of advice that you can give people? Because we'll see that in the group, somebody says, well, I was at a craft show and XYZ had that it cures acne and eczema and all of that. What is that piece of advice that you can give people who are following the rules, who don't necessarily get why other people are getting to kind of skate under the radar with that? What would you tell them?
Well, the first thing I would say is that they're doing the right thing. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, when you do it the right way, you have peace of mind, right? And you have a stable base on which to build your business. If you're building your business on the fact that you have this lotion that you say is going to, clear up acne, which is an illegal claim, and you've built your business around this, well, you've built your business on something that's false.
Yeah.
and illegal, and at any time the rug could be ripped out from under you.
Yeah.
It's not that likely, right? But you open the door to somebody suing you because you claimed that it was going to treat their acne and it didn't. And then the insurance company says, well, you made those claims, and now you have to defend to the insurance company why you did this thing that's technically illegal. And I don't know how the insurance companies are handling that, but if it happens a lot, the insurance companies are going to say, hey, if it's illegal, we're not going to cover your ass. So
exactly.
It's really something that you have to do. It's an internal decision that you have to make. That's the first thing. And then as far as the other guy goes, if you can assist them, help them to understand the rules and regulations. If you can't, just take the high road, really is the thing to do. And the other thing to know is that really the bottom line is that if we all follow the existing regulations, we won't get more regulations. But if we don't, we will get more regulations. Right now, I know Lee is working in Washington, and so far, the laws that have been proposed don't have any kind of pre-check or anything in it, and they have exemptions for small business because they recognize small business is generally safe. But all it takes is for one horrible thing to happen, and then we don't have ground to stand on by saying, well, everybody is doing it right. This was a freak thing. Because we're the only country that doesn't require pre-approval for labels.
Right.
Almost every other country does.
Wow.
And a few
I didn't know that
states
either.
do. Yeah, a few states do, but most countries require, like I think in England you have to get your cosmetic formula checked by a chemist. It's got to be lab certified. Your label has got to be approved, and you can't change it once it's done.
Wow.
So we are so lucky here in the United States, and if we abuse that privilege, it doesn't look good. So so I'm like, really, hey guys, let's keep these great gifts that we've got. And this is the sidewalk. It says cross at the sidewalk. Just cross at the sidewalk. If everybody starts jaywalking, then they're going to start issuing tickets for people not crossing at the sidewalk.
Exactly. Now, we do have one other question from the audience before I ask my question, and that was about would using fragrances and soaps contradict a plant-based disclaimer on a product line?
Okay. Plant-based is, okay. Fragrances are, well, it depends on the fragrance, right? A fragrance oil generally is not plant-based. Most of the components or some of the components in fragrance oils are definitely not plant-based. If you're using only essential oils, then you could still say plant-based. But this is one of those things of qualifying, right? You could always say, plant-based, except for the fragrance, or, so yeah, fragrances, once you put something that's not plant-based in it, you've killed that claim unless you're going to narrow the claim down.
That makes total sense. So
Yeah.
I have one other.
Before we go on, I just want to make a quick comment on fragrances. Part of my research, I know a lot of people know what IFRA is, the International Fragrance. Okay, so I just spaced what IFRA stands for, but they have standards that they put out for fragrance components, that say you can use so much of this component if it's in a wash, if it's on a rinse off product, and so much of it if it's in a, you never touch it like a laundry soap. And their standards were recently revised. So anybody who checked the IFRA standards for their products and their fragrances in 2018 should recheck them now, because they were updated in 2019 to take into account quantitative exposures. So if somebody, it's not just, you're going to get this one fragrance component in this one product. It's like, how likely are you to get it in, things all around you? So, so it's changed the standard. So anybody who's looked at their standards 3 years ago should recheck their formulations if they're the same.
Great. And Lee added the link to IFRA and fragrance on here. So if people want to read up more information on that, but can you give us the title of your book one more time? I saw some people said they were pre-ordering. Yes.
Yes. The new one is Navigating the Rules and Regs, a practical guide for soap and handcrafted soap. No, soap and cosmetic handcrafters.
Okay.
I don't even, we just settled on that. I think there's a picture of it. I posted on my website, mariegale.com. There's a post, and it's it's on my Facebook page and on my website. I am offering pre-orders of a special limited edition hardbound and signed and numbered. And there are only going to be a limited number available. So if you want to get one of those, you can get a super edition. And I like it because it's going to give me a little bit of ongoing income until this book gets out there, because it's going to be a 3-month lag before I see anything from it. So
Right.
I could, that would be a help. But people can get this new book, and I may be able to ship it right before the conference, but otherwise it'll be shipped out as soon as we get back.
Okay. And I do have one last question for you, and that is, as a longtime member, can you tell us how the HSCG has grown over the years?
Wow. Let's see. Well, when I joined in 1999, there were about 400 members, and it was made up of people who were like at the stage of, oh my God, there's somebody else who makes handcrafted soap. I actually found the Soap Guild because when I first started making soap, well, I moved to my family's ranch, and it was called, the family name is Chandler. And when I was reading up on things I might do to make money, I found out that soap makers were called soap chandlers. Well, so, I mean, is that a calling or what? So I started Chandler Soaps. I thought I had figured out the next best thing. I thought I had discovered the new form of sliced bread. I knew I was going to be on Oprah any minute, right?
Right.
I mean, I had never heard of anybody making handcrafted soap. I found one book. I was like, no, 2 books. I was just like, oh, this is so cool. I'm going to make a fortune. So I do my first craft show, and the guy next to me is selling vinegars, flavored vinegars. And I'm going on chatting with him. He's, it's like, oh, some flavored vinegars. He says, so what do you sell? And I said, I make soap. I sell soap. It's wow, soap. And he said, oh, that's great. He says, my wife is at the Handcrafted Soap Makers Guild conference. I was like, what?
That's a thing?
There's a guild? There's a conference? I was like, holy cow. So I joined right away, and I went to the next conference. And then a couple of years later, I got manhandled onto the board, and then I got manhandled onto the presidency. And then, I got to watch the organization grow. When I came on, as what happens to a lot of organizations when they first start out, they build and they grow, and then they tend to implode a little. And there was a period where the Soap Guild imploded, and I really wasn't paying attention. So when I went on the board, it was, in the process of imploding. So we just got it going again and got things moving. That was in 2003. In 2005, I went to a conference. We had a volunteer. There was a girl there who was helping out, and she looked like somebody who might be willing to get involved,
Okay.
So I sat down with her and I said, we could use some help. And, I convinced her to be on the ethics committee, I think was the first thing. I'm not sure exactly, but I convinced her to help. And then she did that. And then we convinced her to get on the board, and she got elected to the board. And it was one of the best things, I think, in the long run that I did for the organization, because that girl who was just helping out in the store was Lee O'Donnell. And and she has, so, the organization has basically grown with her. I was president, and then she was my vice president, and then she became president, and then she became executive director. It just kind of has grown. And we're now not just a group of people who don't have anybody to talk to.
Yeah.
You know, going to the conference, you know, you get to talk to all these people about soap, and we all know the phenomena. You just get going about talking about what you're doing and what you're making, and the people you're talking to, eyes roll back in their head, and they're like, "What?" You know. So that was what the Soap Guild started out being, and now it's, you know, now they're listening to us in Washington, and you know, it's pretty amazing what the organization is and what it's done, and how many people have had businesses that have grown and expanded because of it.
For sure. And the question that we're asking everyone is, what is one piece of advice that you would give either a new or a seasoned soap maker or cosmetic maker in general?
Don't look at what other people are doing. You get for their labeling and their packaging. You know, you can survey the products that are out there, but don't look at what other people are doing in order to figure out what's legal.
Exactly.
You know, that would be my biggest piece of advice. Go to the right source for the right information, whatever it is. That would be it. You know,
thank you.
Go to the regulations. Go to a chemist if you want information about chemistry. Go to, you know, an accountant if you want information about accounting, or a bookkeeper, or somebody who knows bookkeeping. But don't just go, oh, well, somebody told me they do it this way, so I'll do it that way.
Yeah, a surefire way to get it wrong, probably.
Yeah, I talked to a gal at my chiropractor's office who's making a CBD ointment, and she said, "Oh, your husband said you know about labeling," and I said, "Yeah." She said, "Would you look at this?" And I said, "Sure." And you know, it's basically, you know, she doesn't have the net weight on it. She doesn't have, you know, she's got all these claims on it. I was like, well, you can't do this, you can't do that. She said, well, I looked at the other products that were out there and they do that. So I thought I could. Like,
no, not
said,
good.
And the place where I got my labels printed went ahead and printed them, and nobody said anything. I was like, yeah, they're not gonna, you know. So go to the right source.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you will be at this year's conference, and you're actually doing a workshop on labeling. Is that right? Like
Yeah, I'm doing a seminar on the day before. It's like a whole day. It'll be the overview of the whole thing, not just the specifics of labeling, but kind of everything that you need to keep an eye out for. And then I'm also doing a presentation on inky. A lot of people have confusions and questions about what the hell is inky, and you know, how does it apply to my labels?
Yeah. And I never even knew that was a way of calling. I always say INCI, and you're giving me a new way of saying it to confuse more people. We thought saponification was something, but now I'm going to be saying inky. I might name an animal that. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you so much, Marie, for joining us. This has been really informative. A lot of people are saying in the comments just how much they've learned just from this small bit. So be sure to go out and get her book. I'm going to give you the beginning title of it. It is Navigating Rules and Regulations. I'm sure if you type in by Marie Gale, that will come up.
It probably won't come up. I'll put the name and the link in the comments.
Okay. And if you are someone who is curious about good manufacturing practices, labeling, and then just 300 years of soap and cosmetic recipes, all of these are available in the HSCG store, probably on Marie's website as well. So be sure, stay in compliance. As Marie said earlier, better to walk on the right side of the road and not get a ticket than continue to trip over it and then have us all in trouble. And so with that, I'm going to say thank you for joining us, and I'll see you at the conference in a few weeks.
Yes, absolutely. Exciting. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Marie. Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. How amazing was that to have Marie here with us live? I mean, she is just a wealth of information. And now we're actually going to get a chance to do a bit of a tour of the website with Sarah. Sarah Wagner, what's your title, Sarah? Is the Associate Director of the Handcrafted Soap and Cosmetic Guild. But she's really integral in a lot of the website stuff, the social media stuff, all of that. And so she's going to give us a tour of the website. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the website up. Sarah's going to come sit next to me so that she can be in the driver's seat just a little bit, but we won't leave her here alone.
Thank you.
All righty. So, Sarah, tell us a little bit about the new website. What's one thing you want to come across to people as they're going on the website?
Well, basically, the new website was built with the member in mind, with the user, the maker in mind. We have tried to streamline the experience to make things a little bit easier to find, a little bit more modern, but mostly easier to find. We want to make sure that when you come to the site, you can find the resources you're looking for. You can find things about your membership that you need to know, quick snapshots if that's what you need. But we want to make sure that this is easily accessible for every maker.
Right, right. And so what would be the best way to start? Should we go, I'm going to be in the driver's seat if you tell me where to click.
Well, we can actually start right off with the homepage here.
All righty, let's pull up the homepage so people can actually see what we're talking about there.
So when you first come to our homepage, you'll see that it's pretty different from the previous one. We've updated with our new branding colors. Just the whole interface, the whole UI is a lot different. And our new kind of slogan, founded by makers for makers, we are here for you guys. So you are what we've had in mind for the entire site. So I just love the way that the new homepage looks. And you have, kind of some quick links if you're looking for more information right away about insurance, discounts, going to our conference, purchasing our products. So that's all really front and center.
For sure.
And then here in the sample before you buy area, we have I would say the majority of our resources are open to all makers because we want to make sure everybody has the most up-to-date information. And we do have some member exclusive resources, but in this area, you can see all the things that we have available to the public.
Wow.
So we have the Maker Marketplace, which is an amazing new cohesive place to find finished products to buy. And actually, we can talk about the Maker Marketplace if you'd like. This is one of the most exciting new features of the site.
Really?
I think I'm really excited about this part. So in the past, we had the Handcrafted Soap and Cosmetic Directory, we had the Store Locator, and then we had the Soap Gallery and the Cosmetic Gallery, and they were all kind of in different places on the website. But now we have everything all in one place in the Maker Marketplace. So makers now will have this one cohesive listing that will feature, if they have a brick and mortar store, it'll have that featured there. They'll also be able to upload, and this is new and also very exciting, they'll be able to upload up to 6 photos of their soap, 6 photos of their cosmetics, and this is new, 6 photos of their candles.
Oh, wow.
And because we are now welcoming candle makers, and we've always had insurance options for them. We want to make sure that candle makers too can come and show off their products on our site so they can upload candle images in the new Maker Marketplace.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And there was one that we looked at a little earlier. I think it was someone who had filled hers
this
in.
one here, I think. Yes, a wild soap bar. She's got her listing set up really well. Good job. She's got her soap image there. And then you'll see that there's different product types. So when you go to set up your listing, you can select like what you specialize in. They've got body butters and colored soaps and soaps for wholesale. So that's really going to help a consumer that comes to our site see, especially if they're looking for wholesale, this would be very helpful for them. And I can tell you, a lot of the time in the office, we get phone calls from people asking if they can buy our products, and we're like, no,
we don't make them.
We don't make them, but we know a lot of people that do. So make sure that if you are a professional handcrafter, that you are filling out your marketplace listing and giving out as much information as you can so that when we send people over to the Maker Marketplace, they can find you.
For sure. And that was something Stephanie mentioned. She got quite a few wholesale orders by being listed, not in the Maker Marketplace, but in the search
Yes.
Where?
Yeah, and actually we can talk about that too. If you go to the Buy Handcrafted tab there and then click on Custom Order and Private Label Requests.
Okay.
So people that come to our site might need something a little bit different than what they can find in the Maker Marketplace. They might need, wedding favors or something like that. So what they can do in this area is they'll be able to put in all the information they need to request a product. So if they need like 500 wedding favors or something, they can put that in. And a member will be able to see that request in the member area and reply right on the website so that the replies don't get lost in email. And then the person making the request can select a maker once they've decided who they would like to work with, and then off you go.
Wow. So you're like that linchpin between the people who want it and the people who have it, and you're creating that bridge.
Exactly.
That's amazing.
Exactly. And we do refer people to that section quite a bit. We do get a lot of people that ask for wedding favors and things of that nature. So it's a really useful tool, and it's been upgraded quite a bit.
Nice. So make sure you all are checking that tool out. Where should we go next?
Let's head over to the member area. If you click on the 3 lines next to your name there, and then select member area, that'll bring you right into the main page there. So you'll notice on the landing page, the benefits benchmark, which is a new feature to help you make sure that you're making the most out of your membership. And some of these, like the vendor discounts, if you're like me and you love to get 100% on everything, some of these you can click directly on and it will give you credit. You just have to visit the site. So like, for example, vendor discounts. If you click on vendor discounts, that's going to take you to the supplies and services page, which you should all definitely explore because that's where our vendor members are. And if you are a current member of the Handcrafted Soap and Cosmetic Guild, a lot of them offer discounts.
Huge discounts that make a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not going to scroll down because this is member only, and because it's all over social, we don't want everybody to see it. Membership does have its rewards, so please do make sure you log in there and check out some of those suppliers and services.
Absolutely, and look, now you're at 66%.
Almost.
So
I still haven't beat Al.
No, I know.
I think he got to 100%, Al. Good job. All right, so where else are we going?
So let's explore a little bit more in the member area, if you would like, and we can kind of talk a little bit about. So if you scroll down a bit here, you'll see that there's like a snapshot of all of really your important information, and you can edit your information from here. And then along the right-hand side, you're going to notice all the important ways that you can navigate around the site. So you'll see the supplier discounts, you'll see the insurance portal, which is very important. You'll see the product requests section. So if you, as a member, have something that you need on the website and it's like member specific, this is the place that you're going to want to go to find that.
Great, great.
And this whole area has like your member benefits, all of that fun stuff. So definitely check this out. Definitely update your listing, update your profile. Make sure you keep all of your member information and contact information up to date as much as you can.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So then another very important thing that's coming up for us is obviously the conference. And the conference area has changed a little bit from the previous website. So to go to that, you would go to events.
Okay.
And then the 2022 conference is right on top. And this is the hub for all things conference. So you have an overview of the conference, but on the right-hand side, you're going to have the transportation information, the schedule, information about the speakers, all of that. So this is where you'll want to go if you have any information you need about the conference, which we hope to see many of you at.
Yes.
I'm very excited.
Okay, we don't have much time. And as someone who does massage candles, thank you so much for that addition.
Yeah, of course. We're so excited to see more candle makers, showing off your products in the Maker Marketplace, and we can't wait to see what you guys make with all those amazing pictures
Exactly.
that you can upload now. So yeah.
All right, we only have a few minutes left. What's one places you want to make sure we go to before we head out of here?
I think probably one of the most important places is going to be if you go to the tools and resources. If you're somebody that's a perpetual learner, you want to make sure you go to that resource center.
Okay.
That was previously the how-to library, now rebranded to the resource center. And this is going to be where you find any of the educational items that we have. We have videos, we have articles, the e-zine is housed in here, HSCG Radio, which is a podcast. So if you are somebody that hasn't made products yet and you're looking for tutorials, or you're somebody that's been making products for years, there's something in here for you.
Excellent. Excellent. So the one thing we want everyone to take away from this is make sure that you go to the HSCG website by going to soapguild.org. One of our fabulous folks will type that in the chat so that you remember to go there. But Sarah, just a wonderful job to everyone on the team on getting this. What we're hearing is it's sleek, it's shiny, easy to navigate, and just a ton of resources, and really putting member benefits front and center. So I'd like to thank you for joining us, and we will get started with our next interview. But thank you so much. You are very welcome. Thanks, Sarah. Woo! She did great. Make sure you guys tell her in the chat, because she's going to come and look and see what you all thought. Next, we do have Kathy McGinnis joining us, as well as Jackie, and then we'll also have Kevin Dunn joining us as well. So hi there, Kathy. I'm going to bring you on in just a second. Let me check your volume. Go ahead and give me a test 1, 2, 3 so I can make sure I can hear you. No. Let's see. Let me unmute you. One second, everyone. Let's just make sure she's okay getting on. Let's see. All right, Kathy, let's bring you on. All right. Kathy, can you hear me now?
Hello.
Hi, so good to see you. I think we're expecting 2 more. Jackie is coming on as well, but for anybody who does not know who you are, could you give us your name and where people can find you?
Of course, my name is Catherine McGinnis, and I'm with Soaping 101.
Soaping 101. She has one of the most memorable voices. I remember when I met you at the soap conference, I said I knew who you were by your voice, because you didn't really show up much on your videos, but I said as soon as I heard you, I was so grateful, because I knew exactly who you were from all of your videos. So we do have a question for you. And so Myrrh and Frankincense is saying, Soaping 101, yay. Looks good. So now we can all see you and hear you. Are you driving or in the passenger seat?
Yeah, I'm in the passenger seat. Sorry about that. We're pulling into a rest area right now, so it
no,
won't be
I
so
just
bad.
didn't want, no, you're fine. I just didn't want you to be driving, but I didn't think you would do that to me. All right. So the next thing is we do have 2 questions. Can you tell, and I don't know for sure, is Kevin and Jackie able to join, or you just made sure that you got on here?
I just made sure I got on here, but they're planning on coming.
Okay, so I won't go into that question yet, but I guess I'll start with the question I've been asking everyone, and that's, what one piece of advice do you have for either a new cosmetic maker or someone who's been doing it for quite a while?
My advice is to join the guild and get access to all the valuable information that they have posted on their website, the brand new website.
Mm-hmm. For sure. So joining the guild and getting access to that information. We have Tracy on the YouTube side saying first voice and soap videos that they watched was with you.
Oh, wonderful. I'm
Yes.
sorry I'm being a little bouncy here. I'm trying to, I hope you can see me okay.
Yeah, you're coming through fine. Yep. And so that's a really, really good piece of advice. And what are some of the things that people can take away when they are at the conference? Because that's one place that they can go to get a lot of information. Or how do they make the best of their time at a conference?
I'm sorry, it's a little in and out here. So how can they make best of their time at the conference? Attend the classes, attend as many classes as you can, in the seminars, and be open and available to meet other people. You never know what you're going to learn from someone else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. And I remember, aside from the learning, there's a lot of getting to meet other soap makers and cosmetic makers. There's a lot of fun to be had. There's normally like some kind of someone that you meet for the first time. So, how important is it to also start building your network of other people that you can reach out to with questions?
Oh, absolutely. Usually there's events in the evening, and I think
Mm-hmm.
I met you at one of the events.
Yes.
And those are so much fun, and it's a great time to just be yourself and network with other people.
Great.
So making, we're all in the same business, so we all have a common interest, and we always have something to talk about, right?
For sure. And Kevin has joined us, so I'm going to go ahead and switch us over so that he can join on the screen as well. Hello, Kevin. How are you?
Doing great. How are you?
I'm doing well. We were just getting started, and I asked everyone the same questions over and over again. So I'm going to ask you as well. My first question being your name and where do people know you from? What is it that you're known for? I know what you're known for to me, but how would you describe that?
So I'm Kevin Dunn. I've been attending soap conferences since 2005 as a result of all the questions that I got asked for from my lectures that turned into a book, Scientific Soap Making, and now I'm in the process of writing the sequel.
Okay, alrighty, 1 second. And you still don't have audio? Can you hear? You said we lost who?
We lost the video.
Oh, got it. They had lost video. We got a lot going on here. So, Kevin, what is one piece of advice that you have for other makers?
I just saw a message. Yeah, I'm out on the porch in my my rocking chair, just enjoying the day. So the question was, what? Ask it again. I got distracted.
Well, I also got distracted because I am also in awe with what Lee has said, and that is wait. We're not just going to slide on by the fact that Kevin's long, luscious, long hair is gone. So when did the hairstyle change? I guess is that question.
It's been maybe a year, just about a year. It
Oh
was getting
wow.
thin. I had held on to the length for longer than it probably deserved. So as it thinned out, I decided to go for a shorter look. I went to my hairdresser. I said, "How about we just you know, cut it back just a little bit?" And this is what a little bit looked like for her.
I see. I see. All right. So the other question was, what is one piece of advice that you have for a soap maker, whether they be new or they've been in the business forever? Because I know you deal a lot with the chemistry of soap making. So what would you say is important for a brand new soap maker?
The biggest thing when you go to a conference, don't be shy. You
Mm-hmm.
think that there are people like the speakers. You think, oh, I can't talk to them. They're like important or something. No, we're not. The only reason we're here is because of you. So come and
Exactly.
talk to us. It's okay. Just, say, hey, would you like to go to lunch? Would you like to, meet at breakfast? Don't be shy about approaching people and turning them into your lifelong friend.
For sure. And that's a great entry into Jackie. Jackie has been able to join us. Welcome, Jackie.
Hi.
So good
Oh
to see
man,
you.
I'm so sorry. I thought it was 5 o'clock my time, not 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So I wasn't quite prepared, but here I
Oh,
am.
no worries. We're glad you're here. But for those who don't know you, can you introduce us with your name? And I know you've written books on liquid soap making. What
Yeah.
is it that people should know about you? Like, where do you fall in this whole soap making world?
Well, I've been making soap since 1998. Okay, and I'm one of the old farts, and I'm a master soap maker, certified HSCG master certified soap maker. And I wrote the book, Liquid Soap Making. Okay.
And we have that book here that is available in the HSCG store. But go ahead, I'll let you go.
That's it. That's pretty much it. I live in Texas on a ranch with my family ranch. So, and here I am.
Yeah. And Joey is saying in response to Kevin, there's so many people in the industry that he wants to meet. So there you go. So we have one other question, Jackie, and then I'll have a question for the group. I'm going to get off in a moment, but my question for you is, what is one piece of advice that you would have for a new soap maker or someone who's been in the business for a while?
Don't believe everything you read on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
And do your research and work on your formulas to where you're satisfied with them, and not only you but the people around you.
Exactly. Great question, or a great response to that. So we have two questions for the entire panel because you all will be joining for a session at the conference. So Kathy, pull your camera down just a little bit because we want to see your face. There we go. Or up a little. There, perfect. Well, it went down again.
I'll hold it again.
Yep. So that way yep, perfect. So you're in there. So the question we have for all of you is, can you tell us a little bit about the class you'll be teaching at this year's conference?
Don't everybody speak at once.
We're going to let you tell them, Jackie.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Basically what we're going to do is we're going to go from the nuts and bolts of how to make a bar of soap. We're going to start right off with what is a fatty acid, what's a saturated fat, what's an unsaturated fat. Then we're going to go toward, life safety. Then we're going to cover the amount of water that you use and formulating techniques, okay, and the percentages of the fatty acids in a soap that make a good, long-lasting hard bar of soap. And then that's the first part of the presentation. And then the second part of the presentation, we're going to have teams of 4, and we're going to be working in teams of 4. And we're going to divide those teams into probably about 7 groups. And each group is going to be responsible for formulating a bar of soap with the oils that we give them. Right. They won't know what they're going to be formulating with until they get there, until they get back from lunch. And then they will take that and based on the fatty acid profiles we have shown them and the charts that we have given them, they will as a team make a bar of soap. Then we will have it in the vendor area for people to look at and to compare the 7 different types of soaps that were made and the ingredients in each.
Wow. And Kevin or Kathy, what would you say is a common mistake that most new soap makers make, and like why this class is so important? It's not just the theory, but then giving them those ingredients and being able to formulate it. How would you say it's important for people to, or what's important for them to know when they're starting out that way?
A lot of people start out just using a recipe from a book as if it were a cookbook, and they follow the directions and the amounts, but that only gives you the amount that the recipe was for. And what if you don't have those oils? What if you have different oils? So what we're going to teach you is how to go from scratch, how to make a bar that the recipe isn't in a book somewhere, and to invent it from scratch, potentially for the particular purposes that you have in mind.
We are the
that's much better than I.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
We are the triglycerides, and we're fighting for saponification for all.
That needs to be on a T-shirt, Kathy, for sure. All right.
We have it
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
We have it on a button.
You do have. Are you handing those buttons out?
Well, we are triglycerides, and one thing that I didn't mention is that each person that will come in, each part of the team of 4, there'll either be a fatty acid, there'll be an H2O, there'll be a sap, or there'll be a liar. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
which those four elements is what goes into making a good bar of soap.
There we
Okay.
go.
And so they'll all have batches, but we're the triglycerides. We're the whole deal.
We're the
Okay.
triglycerides. And
So-
then, so for those who haven't been to a conference, do you recommend going, and can you describe the conference experience?
Well, since I haven't missed one since 2001, I would definitely recommend going.
Yeah. And Kevin, you said you've been going since 2005.
Yes.
And so would you recommend going? Well, I guess the obvious answer is yes. Can you describe what that experience is like?
I would say for many people, it's life-changing. You know, you've been off on your own. You've been interested in soap, or you've been making soap, but then you get together with all these nut jobs, and you realize you aren't alone. Or maybe you had an online community. Maybe you were on a forum somewhere or something. But being in person, talking to people eye to eye, is really a life-changing experience.
Yeah.
Also, maybe you've been following somebody on YouTube, but to actually meet that person in the flesh is really, really cool.
For sure. And
I've
I
always
always
found.
go ahead, Jackie.
I've always found that the classes are game changers for me, but most of the information I get really is from networking and talking to other soap makers and sharing experiences. And I've made lifelong friends. 2 of them we're speaking with now, Kevin and Kathy McGinnis. But I've also, there are multitudes of friends, including you. And it's like Kevin said, it's life altering. Some people have gotten married after coming to conferences, but but it's
Actually,
just good.
I got a proposal at my first conference.
That's right.
Wait, did you propose or someone proposed to you?
Somebody proposed to me.
Oh, wow.
After my lecture, they were so happy because I answered some nagging question or something. They just asked me would I marry them.
Wow. Okay. I think that's the first. I've heard that. I second that. All my besties are from conferences, says Bass, Fizz, and Foam. When I shared it with someone, I said it was like finally going somewhere, because you talk to your family about what it is that you're making, and they listen to you for like maybe the first 20 minutes, 30 minutes. And then it's just like kind of going over. When you go to these soap conferences, it's like you can talk for days and days and no one's tired of it. So it's kind of like what Kevin said in terms of finding your tribe. So nut jobs in a good way. Found my soap tribe, says Gala. So I think that's all. We have another guest joining. Is there anything that you want to share that we haven't covered or that you were expecting to cover on here?
I think I wanted to say that if you haven't signed up for our seminar, I think there's 1 or 2 spots still available, and we'd love to have you there. It's The Secrets in the Recipe is the name of our presentation.
The Secrets in the Recipe.
Yep.
All right, and that's an intensive. We were really
Yes, it is.
surprised to see how jam-packed each day was. Yeah, they pack it in terms of the schedule. But that was just some of the feedback from some of the people who are watching. So I just want to say thank you all for being able to join. I know it was short notice, but you all hopped in like you always do and just say, oh yeah, I can pitch in. But I'm Zakia. We have Kathy McGinnis here, Jackie, as well as Kevin Dunn. And I keep saying Jackie Thompson and Kevin Dunn. We thank you so very much for joining us today.
And
thank you for having
and thank
me.
you. Thank you very much.
All right. Bye, everybody.
See you.
Bye-bye.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to switch us over, and we have another special guest, and that is Jen. So let me invite her in. One moment here. Hi there, Jen. How are you?
Hi, I'm great. How are you doing?
One moment. They're telling me I have no sound again, but I don't know why, because nothing changed. Let's see. Still can't hear me? Shawnette is saying thank you. Chris is waving. What you got? Can you hear her? Jen, can you tell everyone hello?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. And someone is asking, so you can hear me, but they're saying the audience can't. Oh, thank you. And they're saying, is it too late to register for Kansas City? I'm in Kansas. Are there still tickets available for the conference? The answer is yes, for both. Okay, great, great, great. All right, so Jen, I know you recently completed your certification. So why is HSCG certification important to the industry, and what made you want to become certified?
Sure. So I think first of all, it creates a standard for small soap and cosmetic businesses. There's no other certifying entity for us little guys. You know, if you're Ivory Soap or Dr. Bronner's, it's a different league. And some people, they'll go on Etsy, they'll go to the farmer's market, they find your website for how you're marketing. But I know for me, it was a turning point from moving from more of a hobby. I was already selling, I was already teaching classes, but when I wanted to take it to the next level, first of all, I took myself more seriously once I joined the guild, and I started moving through the certification levels. And then because of that, I'm more confident for marketing both my products and my services to other companies that I don't think I would have done that if I hadn't come to the guild and gotten that foundation started.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that, because that's something that a lot of people don't talk about. A lot of times when we're starting off, we don't necessarily know what we don't know, right? So having this certification really is helping you to know, okay, yeah, I do know my stuff, and I'm a lot more confident with that. So that's really good to hear
Right.
that that was an outcome for you as well.
Yeah,
Now,
when I was
no, go ahead.
just teaching like ultra beginner classes, it
Mm-hmm.
was clear that I could share what I knew with people, and I knew what I knew as far as teaching basics. But you're right, it didn't give me that standard for where am I, what have I passed, submitting samples to be, graded along with taking an exam online or in person, because I did my first certification pre-COVID and I got to go on a road trip
Yeah.
to Proctored, and that was a lot of fun. But yeah, and then I honestly don't know how much my customers, how much value they put on the Soap Guild stamp that I'm able to use. I don't know, because I haven't asked. I don't know how I would compare that, because now I use it.
Right. No, that makes sense though. So what I'm wondering is, you mentioned that you did the in-person certification, but there's also the Zoom certification. Did you do that as well?
I
What's that
have. So I've
process like?
done. I did 2 in person on the same day, and then I've done 2 or 3 on Zoom. I think I was on one of the first ones. So, and then I've been on one a little bit later. So I've seen it progress and get a little bit more streamlined, because, you start things out online and we all kind of figure it out as we go. Honestly, it worked really well. The packet came just when it was supposed to. Christine was proctoring then. I think you have some other proctors now. She explained it really well. She gets to watch everybody while we're sitting in our office or at our dining room tables, doing our calculations, and then we seal the envelope on camera. At least that's just how it was. I think the last one I did was over a year ago, but then we seal it on camera, she sees it, and then we stick it in the mail after, of course, we hop off the call. But that's been really nice, although I miss the excuse to go on a trip.
Right. But there's still a reason to go. You can meet some vendors, maybe save on shipping, all that fun jazz
Right.
or whatever. We can always find an excuse for going to a conference.
Right.
So tell us a little bit about you said you teach some classes. Tell us a little bit about who you are. That would be interesting for people to know in terms of your
Sure.
business, when you got started,
Yeah.
that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so I actually started making soap in 2009. A friend invited me to make soap with her. She'd probably made soap a dozen times. And I love to make at that point, I love to just make everything from the most basic ingredients. I didn't want to start with melt and pour. I'm like, let's get the lye, let's get the oils and suit up. And I had wanted to make soap prior to that. Anyway, so fast forward a little bit. At that time, we had a farm. I was teaching a lot of homesteading classes, everything from keeping chickens to making salves. And so soap fit right in. And like I said, at that point, I was just teaching like a basic soap class. And I was, kind of doing that once or twice a year where I lived, alternating with things like salves and foraging herbs. And then we kind of changed our life situation, and I honed in on the soap and cosmetics aspect a little bit more. And so now I teach a wider variety of classes. My favorite class to teach is called Let's Make Scents. And it's about scent formulation for both soap, any kind of soap, melt and pour, cold process, hot process, and using fragrances also in cosmetics. So, lip balms, lotions, body butters, pretty much anything you can think of. And I focus on formulating with essential oils. So someone can show up to class and say, this is the idea I'm going for, or this is, I want a floral blend. And I pull out my 80 plus essential oils. And, I've systematized it. So, meaning I have a system. So you might not leave that 4-hour class with your ideal blend, but you'll have the method to do so that isn't scary, that is cost effective for blending. And it really just comes down to taking really good notes and weighing everything precisely, and then keeping them in little sample bottles. And then obviously, so that's like the systematic scientific portion, but then it combines it with the art of, you have this idea in your mind of what you want for yourself or for your customers, and it's just getting you closer to it, because I think we all know how much some of essential oils can cost. Some people just think, well, I have this idea and maybe I want to create a blend for my company, a custom fragrance, or just a new one, or maybe they want to get away from fragrance oils, which are typically much less expensive. It can just be a little bit overwhelming. So anyway, that's not really soap, but it affects soap in an awesome way.
It definitely does. Let's see. We have someone counting down their days. Scott, he's leaving in 28 days for the conference, but nobody's counting. But yeah. But that's really interesting, because you go beyond just the add this particular essential oil in. It's how can you blend and create a custom blend based on what it is that they're trying to achieve. I think that's really unique. It's pretty interesting. And where can people find your web? Have you updated your maker listing? Let's start there. And the smile is telling me,
you mean since the site
went
site?
live.
I have not.
Okay.
I had a couple glitches earlier in the week with it, and Christine got me hooked up, so I'm back in. It's not updated yet. It should have a few of my classes listed, do you have to go back in and do them all over again? Or
I don't think you have to do them all over again, but it would be worth checking, because I know after people watch this, they will absolutely positively say, oh, Jennifer said, and then they'll go looking. And then if your profile isn't updated, that that makes us all look bad because we were all on here talking about how easy it is to do. So you're going to
Right.
do it, right? Okay.
I am. I'm for sure going to do it. And by the way, the new site looks gorgeous.
The new site, yeah, they've been hearing quite a bit about that. So one thing, what is one piece of advice that you have for a new maker or an experienced maker?
I would say whatever you're hesitating to do, whether it's buy the book, go to the class, do it. I'm kind of gonna give two, and also go small. Because when I started, I did like 5-pound batches of soap. And, that's one of the things I teach in my class. Do 1 or 2 pounds. I recommend specific molds. They're cheap. They're self-supporting. You don't need a ton of gear. And, nobody wants a flop, 15 bars of something they don't really like.
Exactly. All right. Well, where can people find you on the worldwide interwebs? See, and Tracy, I had you covered because I knew someone was going to ask. What's your website?
So I'm still on an Etsy shop, but the easiest way to find me is my Facebook or Instagram. If you just do the / and it's Kantai Kitchen. It's KANTAI and then the word kitchen.
Kantai Kitchen on Facebook and Instagram.
Yeah.
Can you put that
Facebook,
in the chat?
Instagram. And I also have an Etsy shop at the same name.
Great. Okay. Well, I really appreciate you coming on to talk about not only your certification process, but also how you went about getting your certification. Which certifications do you currently have?
So I have cold process, basic and advanced. I have the melt and pour basic, and then I have the cosmetic basic and I believe advanced.
Okay. Wow. So you've been doing them quite a bit. Okay.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to starting the master for soap.
Wow. And did we get your name correct in terms of your Facebook and Instagram page? KANTAI Kitchen?
Yes. If you guys are typing, I can't see it.
Okay.
But that is how you spell it, yes.
Great. Okay, so I am going to thank you for joining us. We have quite a few more guests coming in to join us today, but I really appreciate you taking the time and sharing your experience. And are you going to be at the conference this year?
I am not going to be there I'm not going to be there this year. I'm planning to attend next year.
Fantastic. Okay, well, I can't wait to meet you in person. That's always something I say because I don't think I've met you in person at the conference, but I'm looking forward to meeting you in person. And we do have the Soap Guild. They have put your website up there. It's your Facebook page with a direct link to it. So thank you for joining us. And I can't wait to meet you. And do you offer any of your classes online?
That's something that I'm working on this year.
Okay.
So hopefully by the end of the year, I'll have a few launched online.
Fantastic. Okay. Well, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the week. And thanks for joining us for the live launch of the website.
Yep, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, everyone. So we have just been going. Let's see what you have missed if you are just now joining. So first things first, I am Zakia Ringgold, and we are here in Saratoga, New York. And if you are sleeping under a rock or you're just tuning in trying to figure out what this is all about, it is all about the brand new website dropping. You may have missed quite a bit, but we still have plenty to go. We're going until 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we're giving you a little bit of behind the scenes. If you were here earlier, no worries. If you were not, hashtag replay is a thing. So you can come back and watch that. You got a chance to meet the staff as well as 3 of the board members. Additionally, we did a website tour with Sarah Wagner, who is the associate director here. We learned a lot about advocacy and all of the work that the Guild is doing from Lee O'Donnell, who is the executive director. And then We had a few live interviews. Some of you know or have seen many of them, especially if you're in the cosmetic industry. We've talked to Ariane, who talked to us a little bit about the importance of learning about your products. Then we heard from the incredibly intelligent Gale, who told us all about the importance of not only labeling, but understanding the regulations around what it is that we're doing. And then we just got off a few moments ago, and they were back to back with Jackie, Kevin, and Kathy, who will be hosting a session right at the Guild. And they told us about that class, and it's really about formulation and understanding all of those components in making a product. So if you're given these 4 oils, how many times have we all seen, well, I don't have cocoa butter, but I have coconut oil. Can I swap it out? Coming to a class like that is going to teach you how to formulate something like that. The next thing is in terms of our trivia. If you missed the trivia, sorry for you. We had some really good winners. I don't know where I put my prizes, but we will go over what some of those prizes are. Our first place winner got 500 soap bubbles. And in case you guys don't know what soap bubbles are, soap bubbles give you, it's like $1 on the store, on the HSCG store. So first prize is getting 500. The second prize is getting 250. The third prize, all the way down to the 6th, are getting 50 golden soap bubbles. And they will be used for anything in the online store. It'll also be used for, I didn't see an email, Addie. Baz, what email address should Baz submit his what's the name? Member services. Yeah, so I'll get it on here for you. Can you put it in? Oh, you're not on YouTube. Well, maybe I'll get Sarah to put it on their Baz so that you can absolutely get it. We need a screenshot of your winnings. It should have said that you were in first place. I think everyone else I saw a name for. Member services at soapguild.org. So we'll get it post up. There we go. Someone got it for you. You can post it right there. So they are some of the prizes that we have. Now we do have, please stick around. We still have quite a bit of time. What we have coming up is an interview with Cindy Novak of Candles and Supplies from my neck of the woods in Pennsylvania. We will also be having an interview with Anne-Marie Faiola, who is from Brambleberry. And then we also have an interview with Lori Nova Indez coming up as well. And so there is a ton of information. I am going to go ahead and share a video with some of you in case you missed it earlier. And we'll be right back so that you'll get a chance to see who else we have hidden behind the camera. We'll be right back.
Understanding your potential customer's body language can help you gain valuable insight. This leads to much better customer interaction and improved sales. Baby may have back, but you aren't getting a sale out of this one. While this may be one of the most closed off customers, you should still try to turn it around, pun intended. While you may think so, no, this person isn't going to rob you. This is a shy customer that really wants to get your attention, but they're not sure how to. This person is really easy to turn around. They just want you to start the conversation. Walk up with a product or ask politely, "Can I answer any questions?" and you'll have significantly calmed your customer down. The lurker may be ready to purchase or may want to ask a question, but they think that you're too busy to help them. The lurker, like the nervous Nelly, just wants you to start the conversation. Ask if they have a question or show them a product they may like. The vault crosses their arms. This is known to be a very closed off gesture. This person has issues that you need to solve to get them to buy. Figuring out what those issues are is the trick to getting a sale. Getting the person to uncross their arms is key. Hand them a product to look at and smell. This opens their arms and puts their guard down. Ask them if they've ever used these products before to start a dialogue. With the right touch, you'll see the issues before you and help the vault relax. When you're working and trying to sell your products to the public, stay off your phone. Looking at your phone make it seem like you're unapproachable and busy, thereby signaling to your customers that the store is closed. This includes reading, doing a crossword, needlepoint, or anything that takes your attention away from your customer. Do not make the mistake of creating a cave for yourself and hiding in it to avoid your customers. Make sure your customer can see you easily and see that you're ready to engage. Do not spend too much time in one place or sit in one place. Move around your booth and engage with customers in your booth or your shop. The sleepy salesperson points or gestures. They do not get out of their seat and they have an overall air of, "You're bothering me." If your potential customer thinks you're bored and do not care about them, they won't buy. Engage and converse with your customers and make them feel special and important. It is about them, not you. Don't let your enthusiasm and excitement get the better of you. When this happens, you can crowd the person or speak too loudly, thus getting the exact opposite of the result you want. Be mindful of the personal space of your customers and keep in the zone where you're making them feel engaged and comfortable. You may not realize it, but you and your potential customer have multiple conversations without even speaking. It all starts with your body language and theirs. Understanding body language can improve your sales overall. Remember, not everyone will approach you with the perfect body language and opening. It's up to you to tailor your sales to your customer.
All right, everyone. I hope you enjoyed our little video on reading body language when you are out selling your products, and hopefully you're doing more of the do's than the don'ts. So as we are going to transition here, I have the beautiful and amazingly talented Cindy Novak here from Candles and Supplies, all the way up there in Quakertown, Pennsylvania. Not only does she offer fragrances, anything that you need to make a product, you can probably get it at Candles and Supplies. And there's also classes and other stuff. But Cindy, go ahead and tell us a little bit about Candles and Supplies, and then I have some questions for you.
Okay, sounds good. Candles and Supplies, we're, like you said, Quakertown, Pennsylvania. We're kind of omni-channel, so we have a website with all of our products, but all of our products are in our warehouse, and you can come visit us. We have a really awesome store that's really, we're kind of one of a kind. Nobody else around is doing like what we do. So in our store, you can browse around and look at everything, look, touch, feel, all the waxes and jars and molds and equipment and butters and oils and all that type of thing. So anywhere else, you just kind of like order online and hope for the best type thing, whereas you can see it coming into our store. We also have classes, in-person classes, hands-on, where you actually make the things instead of watching a YouTube video or a demo or something like that. So a lot of people just feel more comfortable with the whole experience, like coming in and making things hands-on. So we do that as well. So
fantastic. Okay, and so I do have a question specifically about candles. The HSCG has but they've started to incorporate candles into the mix. Besides the HSCG, are there any other trade organizations that you would recommend?
Probably the only, not yet, but probably the only other trade association would be the National Candle Association, the NCA. Honestly, I don't feel like they cater to the artisans as much as they should, though. I've been to a few of their meetings and everything, and if you're not Bath and Body Works or any of the big companies or something like that, you just kind of get lost in the crowd. They don't have a lot of information for newbies and beginners and stuff like that. So it is a great way to like go out and meet everybody in the candle industry. But the HSCG just has such great artisan support. And they get into everything. They teach you the basics, like from the ground up. People are starting, they want to know all these things and stuff like that. That's what the artisan's about. And the artisan, wants to try different things and stuff. So while they may be soap makers going into candle making, the HSCG supports them a lot better than the NCA. So
Yeah, yeah. And so, how would you say that candles tie in with Bath and Body products?
oh, they totally do. So think about it. If you're gonna if you have an awesome bath bomb or a bath treat and you're gonna take a bath, don't you want to light a candle too?
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah,
smell it. Yeah, yeah. That
yeah,
whole aroma situation
absolutely.
going on there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've always felt like they were sister products. Me personally, I've been interested in both since, I was like old enough to walk probably.
Yeah,
And I was going into the stores and smelling all the scents and seeing the candles and seeing the soaps. And I've always been interested in both. But everybody is. So like everybody uses soap and, 7 out of 10 households have candles.
yeah.
Everybody wants their house to smell nice. So, and it's really been fantastic during COVID too, because people have been home and they've been thinking about their spaces at home where they're improving their homes and stuff like that. And they're, buying the simple luxuries. They're having the candles in their house to make it smell better and stuff like that. So it's all about creating experience at home. That makes you feel like, warm and fuzzy inside. So yeah, so it goes right along with that. So,
For
the
sure.
whole self-indulgence. So, mhm.
Yeah. Well, Cindy, I got a chance to meet you at several smaller gatherings as well as the
Mhm.
national conference, and
Mm.
the amount of knowledge that you have in not just Bath and Body candles, but I got a chance to watch you, or I actually brought a still by
Mhm.
distilling, I think it was lavender and peppermint that you had distilled for us at one of the gatherings. Can you tell
Right.
people a little bit more about hydrosols, or what a hydrosol is, or why people would try and distill them?
Sure, absolutely. So a hydrosol, basically you take your plant material, you cook it down, you make steam. The steam captures the essential oil from the plant and creates the hydrosol. Hydrosol is the floral water that's
Hmm.
produced when distilling any kind of plant material. And it's very beneficial. So, like essential oils, we all use them, and they're highly concentrated. But you need a lot of plant material to get any amount of essential oil. So, as soap makers and skincare, makers and stuff like that, you're using a lot of essential oils. You're probably not going to distill for that, but you will use the hydrosols. So the hydrosols, being the floral water, are still very fragrant because it captures all the water aroma properties in a plant. So think of roses. So rose like essential oil is impossible to find and super expensive. But
Right.
rose floral water is very, very, attainable because most of the aromatic qualities in a rose is water based. It's not oil based. So that's why there's more. But you can use the hydrosols in as your water in any of your formulas. So I find it great for like lotions, serums, pretty much you can just use them straight as facial toners. They make great facial toners, rehydrating mist, stuff like that. So anywhere where you would use the water, you could use that. So they're great for your
Hydrosol.
skin. You get all the plant benefits and stuff straight going into your skin. So they're pretty amazing.
Wow. Wow. And what is one piece of advice that you would have for either a new soap maker or product? I don't want to just say soap because it is the Soap and Cosmetic Guild, but any new maker, whether it be hobby or business, what's one piece of advice that you would have for them?
Probably the biggest piece of advice isn't enjoy the journey. You're invoking yourself in on a new journey. You're trying something new. Enjoy every process of it. So I see a lot of people that get into it and they get frustrated with themselves or mad at themselves that they're not perfect at first and this and that. They're not enjoying the whole journey. Learn, enjoy it, things like that. So most things that are out on the market weren't perfect the first try. So keep
Right.
trying, have fun with it, learn from what you're doing. So, and you'll get better at it, but you have to keep practicing. You have to keep doing it. You have to, keep an open mind and enjoy it. If you're not enjoying it, then you get frustrated even easier. So enjoy the whole journey. That's the biggest advice for anything you dive into that I would have. So
Great piece of advice. And will you be at conference this year? Will I get to see you again?
I wish I won't be making it this year, but I do hope to be back next year. So yeah,
Fantastic. All
not that.
righty. Yes. So, Cindy, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate you taking the time and to answer the questions. Is there anything else you want to add, or is that all?
It's just great being involved. HSCG has been so good for everybody and stuff like that. So I love the organization and everything they do. So, and thank you for having me. I'm super flattered and honored to be here today. So,
For sure. All right, everybody, give Cindy some emoji heartthrobs. I'm going to give her a round of applause here. Just saying thank you for being with us. And if anybody has questions, you can go ahead and put those in the chat. Watching a bit from a flight on my way to Ghana. See you all in Kansas City. All righty. All right, Cindy, I'm going to let you go. Have a wonderful day.
Okay. Sounds good. You too. Thank you.
Bye-bye. All righty, everyone. So we are slowly winding down, and what we're going to do at this point is we're going to watch a quick video, which will at least give you a chance to see it. When we come back, we will be talking about some conference swag, and then we'll talk about you. I mean, you all are there. We want to bring you into this discussion. So, what are some of the things you're looking forward to, whether it be the conference or from the Guild in general? We are going to have you all talk back to us. So for the next few minutes, go ahead and enjoy this video. It talks about some of the benefits of being a member. And when we come back, we will move forward with the swag.
Hello, my name is Felicia Favroth, owner of Skincare by and today my job is to teach you about the different types of handcrafted soaps. So what is the definition of handcrafted soap? There are three key elements when we think about handcrafted. One, that it is made by a person as opposed to a machine. The process is overseen by a person as opposed to a computer. And the third, very importantly, is that there's very minimal use of mechanized equipment. So those three key elements together make up handcrafted soap and or cosmetics. So there are four main types of handcrafted soap. First, there's melt and pour. Then there's cold process, hot process soaps, and finally, liquid soap. So let's talk about the different ingredients that are in each type of soap. So with melt and pour, you tend to purchase your bases, either at high-end craft stores or online, and there's lots of different types of bases that you can use. Then with co-processed soaps and hot processed soaps, it is a combination of water, lye, and various types of oils and fats. And then with liquid soap, you also use water, oils, and lye, but this time you use potassium hydroxide as opposed to sodium hydroxide. And then what makes each soap different and making it uniquely yours is the different additives that you can add, such as colorants. You can add fragrance, embeds, all kinds of different things just to make the soap specially yours. So now let's talk about the process of soap making. Starting first with melt and pour. Now this tends to be the easiest to start out with because the base is already pre-made and you can focus more on your time and effort on how you're going to make it look, packaging, and so forth. So from an equipment standpoint, you primarily just need a means to melt the soap and you need a means to mix the soap. And then you can just select what type of base you want versus clear, white, milk base, so forth. So that's melt and pour. So with cold processed soap, the key thing is that the soap itself cooks itself. There's no outside element of heat. With cold process, you have certain key things you have to keep in mind from a safety standpoint. You're utilizing lye, so you have to have equipment to be able to mix the lye and the water. Then you need to have the means to be able to melt your oils, another vessel to be able to mix everything up, and then finally a mold to be able to pour it into so that it can actually cook itself, get hard, then you can cut it and then let it air dry. In regards to hot process and why people tend to go to hot process is it allows you to be able to skip the process of waiting for it to cure before you can use it. So with hot process, you also combine the same thing, your lye, your water, your oils, your additives, but then you cook everything in a crock pot or some means to be able to add outside heat. You cook it down to where it's a gel, and then you're able to pour it into a mold, and almost immediately within a day, be able to use the soap if you like. But some people do choose to still continue to let it cure for a few more weeks just to make it a little extra harder. And with liquid soap, similar to what you do with hot processed soap, is that you cook everything in a crock pot or some kind of vessel that you can add external heat. But in this case, you make a paste. And then when your paste is done, if you decide you want to go ahead and make liquid soap immediately, you add additional water to create the consistency that you like, and then you pour that mixture into your individual containers, and you have liquid soap. So let's talk about the level of difficulty in making soaps. Starting out with melt and pour is probably what you consider your beginning entry level into soaps making. And then there is cold process, followed by hot process, and then finally liquid soap. And this is based on the fact that with melt and pour, you don't have to make the base from scratch. With cold process, you don't have to cook it, so you're not concerned so much about the paste level. And then with hot process and with liquid soap, you're concerned about the temperature and how long you cook the soap. Those two types of soaps tend to be more difficult to do and are usually not appropriate for beginners. All right, so let's talk about the benefits of each type of soap, focusing on melt and pour, cold process, and hot process. With melt and pour, the benefit is time. You're not having to make the base, so you can go right into the decorating and making the soap more and more beautiful. With melt and pour, you have different types of bases. You can have a clear base, you can have a creamy base, you can have a pure white base. So then you can focus really on being creative. With cold processed soaps, you tend to get a very creamy colored soap, and because there's no external heat added, you're able to add different types of scents. Your essential oils, your fragrance oils, and you don't have to worry about them being burnt off. Also, because you're not adding additional heat, your colors do tend to also be fairly vibrant. And then finally, with hot process soap, a key benefit of hot process is that the soap is available almost immediately. So if you're doing high volume and you need to be able to process soap on a daily basis, hot process is a great way to go. So let's now talk about profitability. There's a couple of key elements that's going to drive your profits. One is cost of goods. Two is time, both your time in making it and time in storage. And then three, very importantly, is what does the end consumer willing to pay for the soap? Okay, so with melt and pour, the thing that really drives profitability here is time. Because you can process it quick and you can get it out the door quickly, you can save on your time. And then depending on the consumer that you target with it, some consumers really pay a lot more money for the more prettier, highly creative looking soaps. So that's where you really can drive profitability on melt and pour. So let's talk about cold process. What really drives the cost of cold process is time, because it takes a fair amount of time to make it, and then it takes a very long time to store the soaps. It could be 3, 6+ weeks. So you have to think about who you're going to sell the product to that is worth it, that's going to appreciate and pay for the fact that you have to spend a lot of time with it. And you can also, since you can add so many different types of scent and different types of base oils, that can also drive up your cost, but then it also drives up the value of the soap. So let's talk about hot process now. The key thing that drives the profitability with hot process is time. You don't have to spend a lot of time with hot process. You can almost make the product on demand because you don't have to cure it for weeks at a time. So let's talk about liquid soap. The key thing driving profitability here is one, time. You don't have to spend a lot of time. You don't have to spend a lot of time. You don't have to cure the soap. So you can make the soap also on demand, just like hot process. And then the cost of goods, because you're making a paste and adding a fair amount of water, your cost of goods is much lower than they are with the other 3 types of soaps. So whether or not you are new to the business or have been doing this for many years, there are several key elements that you must consider and decide which one is most important when you're deciding the type of soap to produce. It is creativity, safety, profitability, and finally time. Take those in consideration when you're deciding what type of soap, and you will love making soap for many, many years to come.
All right, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that video. And it's always an interesting question that we hear in terms of, in our trivia earlier, kind of went over the preference over cold process versus hot process. We didn't even have melt and pour on there. But don't let anybody ever tell you that melt and pour isn't a real soap. I have seen people do quite a bit artistically with their soap when it comes to melt and pour. So I know some of you may have missed the trivia earlier. You have another chance to win. But again, I am Zakia Ringgold, and you are here with us for the live launch party of the brand new Handcrafted Soap and Cosmetic Guild website. If you have not already been there, please head on over to soapguild.org and check out all of the resources. Update your profile and make sure you're taking advantage of all of the benefits. So we have our next trivia question, and it's going to be a verbal one. So hopefully you're going to be really quick on typing in the chat, and whoever is the first person to enter the answer or complete the task will win a $50 or 50 golden soap bubbles that can be used in the HSCG store. Okay, so does everyone understand? I know we have a little bit of a delay, but you're going to type your answer into the chat. And the first answer that we see, be sure, especially if you're on Facebook, and if I've put your comment up previously, make sure that you put your name before it, because if it just says Facebook user, I can't identify who you are with the answer. So one thing you can start doing on Facebook is type your name. Just first name and an initial is fine. All right, so our very first question is, how many conferences were held in Texas? How many conferences were held in Texas? And we will play the sound here. AG says 2. Matthew says 5. Keisha, Gina Lynn, we've got a winner. LaShonda, too short on the buzzer there. Too short on the buzzer. But we got our first winner. So you guys have gotten that down. So you have our first winner written? Okay. Our next question. Ready? Go ahead and type your name in. Thank you all for your answers. I'm just going to pull them up. Gina Lynn got it first with the 3 on Facebook. LaShonda came in behind her. Dee Dee was behind her. All of you were getting it at that point. Gale. So we got quite a few of you. Sorry, misdirections, cutting in and out. I'll try again. Go ahead, before I read the question, put your first name and last initial into the chat. Don't press enter. Just put that in there, just in case you come up to me as a Facebook user. If you're on YouTube, no worries. I have all your information. No, just your name. So I'm going to read the next question, and I want you to answer the question and make sure you press enter as soon as you're done. The first person that I see in the chat is going to win. Question number 2. How many members were certified at the 2008 conference? Who wrote this question? How many members were certified at the 2008 conference? Debbie says 204. Al says 35. Matthew, 370. I declined that. I hope I declined it. My phone just rung. I haven't seen the right answer yet. Owl is closest. Keep going. I'll put some of these answers up so you can see. Debbie said 204, way too high. Matthew, way too many. Owl is very close. Gale, a little over. Gina Lynn with 10. Lashonda. Belinda, you can put in a second answer. Let's see. We're almost there. Amy Brown. Nope.
Natasha's close.
Is she? Let's see. Nope. No Matthew. No Tracy. Matthew. Lisa. Natasha. What is it? Higher, lower? When you say it's too high, is that hot, cold, warm? I don't know which one it is. Okay, so we're going to give you a multiple choice. The first answer would be 25, A. The second answer would be 30, B. The fourth answer would be 40, C. The fifth answer would, I don't know. The fourth answer, D. I can't go that way in my brain. It's 50. So A, B, or C. Oh, let's see. Who's my first one? Tiffany. Tiffany put in 30. Tiffany from our YouTube side, you got it first. All right, thank you. Next question. Scarvie, SCARVIE. Excellent. SC, Sarah. Let's see. Okay, so we got that one. Our next question. Who is our Washington advocate? You heard it earlier as Lee was talking about all of the efforts in Washington, D.C., but maybe you don't remember the name. Should I give them some names? Yep. Debbie Lee? A would be Joe Smith. Deborah Carnahan. That's it? Al for the win. Al Gerhold has got the right answer. AG. I know AG. Dirty Unicorn is Baz Morris, Sarah. Marlene is saying B. Where was... Hey, Marlene from Moonglow Soaps. All right, so our next question is, where was the 2019 conference? Where was the 2019 conference? Now you have to put in a city. Yeah. You don't have to do the state. City and state, city, whatever. Where was that conference held? Tucson. No. Texas. Yes, it was in Texas. Dallas, Texas. That was, hold on, Tracy Bay. Tracy has got it from the YouTube side. All right, are you ready for the next question? That would be, what year was HSCG formed? Are you guys looking at my face like, do you know the answers, Akia? All right, Brenda, I think that's a holdover. Yes, Tracy, you finally won. You have gotten yourself 50 soap bubbles. Matthew is saying 1986. Nope. Natasha, 2000. Nope. Debbie, 90, 2009. I know you could probably find it by going to the Soap Guild website.
Would you like a hint, Sakia?
LaShonda got it. But yes,
Okay.
I do want a hint. What's the hint?
Next year will be our 25th anniversary.
Aha! Woo! Is that all of our questions? All right. So a lot of you were watching while Kevin Dunn was here, and some of you asked about the nerds and cheerleaders. Guess what? We've got a recording for you. So if you've never been to a conference and gotten a chance to hear some of the background between nerds and cheerleaders and how that applies to soap making, you are in for a treat. I'm going to go ahead and play that now, and I'll be right back. It's probably going to play the wrong video, but give me a second.
Hi, I'm Kevin Dunn, the Elliott Professor of Chemistry at Hampton-Sydney College, and today I'm going to share with you one of the HSCG's favorite routines, the allegory of nerds and cheerleaders. At high school cafeterias all across the known universe, nerds and cheerleaders are having lunch, but they never sit together. It's a puzzle. Why don't the nerds and the cheerleaders sit together? You might think that cheerleaders hate nerds, but that's not true. And you might think that nerds hate cheerleaders, but that's definitely not true. I was a nerd, and I love cheerleaders. Some would say I still am a nerd, and I hang out with cheerleaders all the time. Nevertheless, they never sit together. Why is that? The reason is very simple. Imagine a table of cheerleaders in the high school cafeteria, and there's an empty seat. A nerd comes up and sits down. The police don't come and get him. Nobody escorts him out. The cheerleaders don't treat him bad in any way, but every cheerleader at the table help thinking. And that's enough, because the nerd feels that vague animosity, and so you might wonder then, why do the nerds all sit together? Because the nerds obviously like the cheerleaders. Why do the nerds sit together? The answer is also very simple. No place left to sit. So the cheerleaders all sit together, the nerds all sit together. You may wonder, why am I hearing about nerds and cheerleaders as a favorite routine of soap makers? The reason is because the allegory works for soap and water. In my first slide, I have an image of a top and water molecules down below. Top and water molecules down below. And the color coding scheme that I've devised is that red is negatively charged, white is positively charged, but green is neutral. It's neither positive nor negative. So the oil molecule is very green. The water molecules are red and white. Opposite charges attract one another. So red atoms are attracted to white atoms are attracted to red atoms, just as cheerleaders are attractive to one another. The oil molecule has no red part and no white part. It's neither negative nor positive, and so it is not strongly attracted to the red and white water molecules. The next slide shows the kind of an oil molecule that we might find in a vegetable oil or an animal fat, the kinds of molecules that we use for making soap. This is glyceryl trilaurate. It's the kind of an oil molecule that you'd find, for example, in coconut oil or palm kernel oil. It has a peculiar structure. It has 3 long fingers on it, and the 3 fingers are connected at a knuckle. Each of those fingers is a fatty acid, 1, 2, 3, connected at the knuckle, which is a glycerin. So I've got a triacyl glyceride. Triacyl means 3 acids, 1 glycerin. You'll notice that it's colored almost exclusively green, which means it's not particularly attractive to water molecules that are colored red or white, that have positive and negative charges. But if you look down in the center, there are 3 white atoms. 3 white atoms are going to be attractive to red atoms like the oxygen atoms in water molecules. This is what sodium hydroxide looks like. There's a water molecule on the left and a sodium hydroxide molecule on the right. And you'll notice they look very similar. They're almost identical. They consist of 2 white atoms and a red atom. For water molecule, the 2 white atoms are hydrogen. The red atom is oxygen. For white atom that's kind of detached from the other two is a sodium ion, and the OH is represented by one red oxygen and one red hydrogen. We're now going to explore saponification. I start with my glycerol trilaurate molecule in the center, and I have 3 hydroxide ions floating around next to it. Each of the hydroxide ions is colored red. Red atoms are attracted to white atoms, and there are 3 white atoms right at the center of my glycerol trilaurate molecule. So one of them is going to attack. Bink, there it went, makes a noise. Bink, bink, and one of the fingers was, amputated. And there it is, floating off with 2 big red eyes like a caterpillar. 2 big, giant, juicy red oxygen atoms with a nice negative charge at one end. What's left behind is a diacylglyceride. It's only got 2 acid groups still connected to the glycerin, and I've got 2 more hydroxide ions. The second one is going to move in for the attack. Dink, there it went. I now have a second finger amputated. And finally, the third one comes in. Bink, and now I'm finished. 3 hydroxides came in. They attacked the 3 white atoms in the center of the glycerol trilaurate molecule. They amputated the 3 fingers on the molecule. Each of those fingers is now a soap molecule. And what's left behind, where the knuckle used to be, is a glycerin molecule. We now see a close-up of one of those fingers. That's a soap molecule. This particular soap molecule is sodium laurate. You see the sodium ion off to the left. You see 2 big red oxygen atoms at the left end of the soap molecule, and you see a big green tail on it, which is neither red nor white, and so not particularly attracted to water molecules. You now have what amounts to a nerd cheerleader Siamese twin. One of the Siamese twins is nerdy and not very attracted to water molecules, and the other is like a cheerleader, maybe the captain of the football team. Water molecules love this end of the molecule, and they don't so much love the other end of the molecule. If you add acid to this soap molecule, it will turn into a fatty acid. This particular one is lauric acid. I'll go back and forth. Lauric acid, sodium laurate, lauric acid, sodium laurate. They're very similar. The difference is whether there's a hydrogen attached to the 2 red oxygen atoms or whether it's a sodium ion. There are lots of different fatty acids. Soap makers use probably a dozen of them, but there are even more. Here are 3: lauric acid, palmitic acid, and stearic acid. You can see they have the same shape. They're red and white at one end, they're green and long and greasy at the other end, and they only differ by the length. Lauric acid has 12 carbon atoms in it, palmitic acid has 16, and stearic acid has 18. Now we get to soap and water. Now we have some cheerleaders that have wandered up to our Siamese twin of a nerd and a cheerleader, and they've muscled off the sodium ion to the side, and we see on the right a bunch of water molecules, like a little harem of water molecules surrounding our sodium ion. What's left behind on the left-hand side is the soap molecule with its 2 big red juicy oxygen atoms and a long green tail which is not much attracted to water molecules. If I have more than one soap molecule, the nerdy ends will all congregate together and the watery ends will also congregate together. So 2 soap molecules would arrange themselves like this, tail to tail, with the greasy ends next to each other and the watery ends on the outside. As I add more and more water molecules, they circle like wagons in a wagon train and go into a sphere. And now I have a big sphere where all the great gray, green, greasy hydrocarbon tails are pointing toward the center, and all the nice big red and white juicy oxygen and hydrogen atoms are on the outside. I now have a ball that's watery on the outside and greasy on the inside. This is called a micelle, and it's the way that soap does its business. If this micelle were floating around in your sink, all of the grease and fat and oil from your dishwater would congregate in the great gray, green, greasy center of that nice soap micelle, and they would be surrounded by water molecules which would carry it down the drain. I hope you
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that presentation of nerds and cheerleaders. Also, a discussion of what really happens with soap and how it's able to do its business, according to Kevin Dunn. So, we now have an interview coming up in just a few short moments, but we've been talking quite a bit about the conference that will be happening in Kansas City this year. It is in person, so after 2 years of being locked away, we will be going right back to Kansas City. And I do want to show you some of the swag that you can expect. This is just some of the swag, guys, not all of it, because we got to leave some things for you when you get there. So one of the amazing things, now I know you guys are going to be like, it's just that, but if you're a soap maker, you come to appreciate these things. Of course, you will get the handy HSCG. Everybody knows this one. If you are a member of HSCG, we actually vote with these spatulas during the annual meeting. So everyone will be getting their very own spatula during the conference. Additionally, there is this really nice water bottle. I don't know how much water you all have been drinking, but this is the water bottle, and it has a really nice cap on there that locks. And so when you, I never do it right. Let's see. Open, push. Tracy, help me.
Unlock it.
Oh, I locked it.
Yep.
All right, I'll show you a better example. So it actually locks into place, so like you can carry it on your bag or in your hand, and then when you unlock it, you're able to open it up, and it has that really nice spout there. Additionally, we have our guest joining now, so I'm going to go ahead and add her in. There is also the HSCG apron that everyone will be receiving as a part of the conference. So now that Anne Marie has joined us, if you guys don't know, Anne Marie Faiola, I always say her last name incorrectly, but she is actually joining us from Brambleberry. Every soap maker at some point has ordered something from Brambleberry. She has been in the industry for quite some time. She's also very active in advocacy. So Anne Marie, I'm not sure if you can hear me. Can you hear me okay? Oh, great. All right. So I am going to go ahead and bring Anne Marie in. And I'm going to assign you there. She is. Hi, Anne Marie. How are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
I'm doing well. So everyone who is here, they're saying, OMG, wow, hi. They're very happy to see you, Anne Marie. And so here's my first question for you. Well, before I do that, could you tell people a little bit about who you are and how long you've been in the soaping industry?
Oh, absolutely. So my name's Anne Marie. I run a company called brambleberry.com. We sell raw materials to manufacture soaps and toiletries and cosmetics. And I have a YouTube channel called Soap Queen TV that we are kind of rebranding to Brambleberry at like very slowly, that has over 100 instructional videos on how to make soaps, bath fizzies, lotion, and more. And then I've written 3 books on how to make soap, including how to do milk soap. So I've been making soap since I was 14, cold process soap, and am so lucky that it's become my whole career and my whole professional life. And I love everything about creativity, and I feel really glad that I get to do this every single day. Like, I cannot believe that this is my life. So that's a little bit about me. I'm in Bellingham, Washington. I have 2 children. They're 8 and 10. And we like to read and make soap in our spare time. And I have a gecko and a dog.
A gecko and a dog. Okay, so which one is a little more mischievous between the two?
Oh, the dog is a lot more work. Gecko's probably more mischievous, but man, that dog, if you've never had a dog before, this is my first dog, and it was a pandemic puppy. They are so much, but my kids love it. Her.
Yeah, so.
And her name is Bubbles. She's named after soap.
Of course. It couldn't be any other name. All right. So you have worked with HSCG for 14 years on advocacy. How has advice changed, and what do you see coming for the advocacy work that you all are doing?
It's so interesting, the advocacy landscape. You're right. It's so interesting. And just backing up, so the FDA frameworks for how bath and body products, soaps, and cosmetics has not really changed in many, many years, even as more ingredients have been discovered or been used, or cosmetic chemists have figured out different delivery methods of ingredients even. And so for the last 14 years, Congress has been trying to update what they call the regulatory framework for how those things are governed. And originally, I think Lee and I were both like, no, the system is working. We don't need to update anything. We make handcrafted products are the best and the safest in the industry. But what we quickly learned was that Congress was trying to legislate out bad actors, meaning people who already knowingly break the law right now. And so what Lee and I quickly pivoted to, though it did take us a little bit of time, was to say, you know what? We can see where this train is going. We can see that they're going to update it. We can see that we actually look pretty bad if we say you don't need to update cosmetic laws that haven't been updated for like 50 or 60 years. And so what we're instead going to do is work really hard to craft small business provisions to go into any new legislation that comes out that saves the handcrafted industry. Period. If we can get an exemption that is high enough to cover 99% of the industry, then we will have done our jobs, because handcrafted products are the safest on the marketplace. Most people get into this industry because they want to know what's in their cosmetics. And so Lee and I work hand in hand, side by side, on advocacy work, and I'm really appreciative of the work that the Handcrafted Soap and Cosmetics does on behalf of the handcrafted industry.
Okay. And with Brambleberry being a vendor member, how has your relationship with the HSCG changed over the years?
Well, I love the conferences. I haven't gotten to go. They keep being around my birthday. So I haven't got to go the last few years, but I do really miss those in-person conferences. I see that the HSCG provides a extremely valuable niche in the marketplace, in the sense that they are one of the first places that new soap makers look when they're starting to professionalize their business. They look for insurance, they look for education, they look for support, and they look for forums. And so as a vendor member, what I've really appreciated is the conferences every year that are really focused on safety and instruction. And also, of course, I have really appreciated. So Brambleberry has been paying for a lobbyist. We call them paid advocates in Washington, D.C. now for over a decade to help protect the industry. And I also appreciate that the Handcrafted Soap and Cosmetics Guild has been paying for their own. So our two lobbyists, which are the only ones, as far as I know, working to protect our industry, are covering the entire industry. So my fellow vendors have not chosen to step up in that regards, which is disappointing.
Yeah. So I do have another question that I've been asking everyone, because you mentioned it's a great place for beginners. What is one piece of advice that you have for new makers that are like just coming onto the scene? They've watched a ton of YouTube. What would you say is some solid advice that they all should be aware of when starting out?
Oh my goodness. Well, first of all, it's so fun. Like, I feel like handcrafted soap especially gets kind of a bad rap sometimes because of the lye, and because people get really scared of handling lye. And I always look at it like driving a car. Like, the first time you drive a car, you are really terrified, but then the more you do it, the more you recognize that as long as you follow safety and rules and regulations that are out there, and in this case, it's guidelines for how to handle lye safely, it ends up being really fun. And ultimately, it all ends up, most of the time, turning into soap. So it doesn't matter if it doesn't look like what you wanted it to or expected it to. It's all soap, and people love getting and giving handmade soap. So my number one advice is just, yes, definitely pay attention to the safety stuff, but have fun. It is creating stuff from nothing is really a wonderful feeling.
For sure. And it's something that people can use. It's not just making something. You can actually use this thing that you've created. So it's functional art, if you will.
Yeah, consumable.
Yeah. So my very last question for you has to do with experienced soap makers. Is there a typical challenge that you see people when they're going from the beginner to they now have things under their belt, but they're struggling with, or something that they don't get right off, or just a common challenge that you see among them?
The biggest one I see is scaling up, right? How do you scale up? How do you go from making a 5 pound batch of soap to a 50 pound batch of soap to a 75 to 100 and 125, and how does that work, and when do you know when to mechanize, and all of that kind of stuff. That's the biggest really issue I see when people are moving from small to big is how do you scale? Like at what point are you buying pot tippers versus trying to just pour 10 35-gallon buckets of soap? And I think that answer, of course, varies based on the niche you're in and based on the market you're in. Some soap makers command $12 to $16 for a bar of soap. Like I buy soap every month, about $400 worth of soap every month, just to see what people are doing. And like this one just came in the mail this last week, and I mean,
Oh, that's gorgeous.
but it has a crystal on top of it. Right, this type of soap is going to be able to command so much more per bar because of the design. So, and this is made by 3 of Cups Soapery. So that's one thing, is that scaling up is really hard to figure out. And one of the variables is how much are you selling your bar for? How much are you able to sell your bar for because of your marketing, because of your niche, because of the products you use? And so I think scaling up is really a very difficult one. And that's one that I know that you guys have done classes on multiple years in a row at your different conferences, is literally classes on scaling up.
Yeah, classes on scaling up. So they were the only questions I have for you for this one. We're really, really appreciative of you taking the time to call in and share your thoughts on both the advocacy, the advice. And then are there any new projects coming from Brambleberry that you want people to be aware of?
Oh my goodness. Well, I have to say, I just looked at all of our spring launch collections, and I am really excited about those coming out. I do want to highlight, we did a partnership with Baraka Shea recently where we helped to support Women's Cooperative in Ghana using their products. And one of the favorite products that we made out of it is a quick mix. So we call our pre-mixed oils batches quick mixes. So you can just add lye to it as opposed to measuring out each individual oil. And we have an African black shea butter soap quick mix that is going to come back in stock pretty soon. I know it was being manufactured yesterday, and it is one of my favorite of the blends because it lathers so well. I literally have it in my bathroom right now. So that's the one I'd like to highlight just because it does good for the planet. It does good for women entrepreneurs in Ghana, and it's a really cool, great product.
Yeah, for sure. I actually traveled to Ghana to meet those women. So that's really, really exciting for sure.
That's so great. Full circle. There we go.
And Matthew Oliver is saying, that's awesome. And we love her. So, of course, everyone, when they see you, they say, we love you. So we really, really appreciate you for taking the time, and have a great afternoon.
Going to be wonderful.
Yeah.
I'm super excited about the rest of the afternoon. It's sunny in Bellingham, Washington, and I can't wait to go home and walk the dog, feed the kids, and do all that kind of normal fun stuff.
Yeah. Do you have any other books coming out? Because I got your Greatest Day Ever at the last conference.
Yeah, the Best Day Ever book. Yes.
Best Day Ever. Do you have any others coming, or are you good?
So I have, it's funny you mentioned that because I do have a book proposal that is in rough draft form right now. That's along the crafting and beauty products that would be coming out from Story Publishing again, although they have been purchased now by a larger imprint. So that one is kind of in the works. But the book writing process is a 1-year process to write and then a 1-year process to edit and photograph. So it's a while. And then the original publisher for How to Live Your Best Day Ever Every Day, 35 Strategies for Life, is talking about republishing in about 3 years with an updated kind of like, hey, it's been about 8 years since you wrote the book. Has anything changed? So those are the two kind of things in the kind of works or the hopper. What I really want to do is eventually do a podcast. I think that'd be really fun to do. So that might end up happening before a book. We'll see.
Well, we'll see, and we can't wait to see. I am so glad that you were able to join us, and we'll look forward to seeing you either online or in person at an upcoming conference somewhere. And have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much for including me.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All righty. So that was Anne Marie, who got a chance to tell us a little bit about advocacy. I don't know about you all, but we are slowly winding down to the end of our launch day. Few hours went by really, really quickly. We have about 25 more minutes to go, but I wanted to make sure that I at least recapped you for those who were not able to be here for the entire time. So again, my name is Zakia Ringgold, and I am here in Saratoga Springs at the Handcrafted Soap and Cosmetic Guild. And today was really about featuring all of the benefits and what you can find as a member or just someone from the general public on the brand new website. And that website has resources for members in terms of pricing calculators, vending supplies. You can have your own listing in the Maker Marketplace. Vendors can also post there. You also have various areas where you're going to find information on the conferences, on the certification, and so much more. So if you have not taken a chance to go to the website, I encourage you to go to hscg.org. If you're a member, I did not give you the right address. It is soapguild.org. Listen to me. Listen to me. It is soapguild.org. So make sure that you go to soapguild.org to make sure that you have at least updated your profile, taken a look around the website, and then also a special congratulations to the people who won in our trivia games. So let me go back here. And I will share this again to make sure we know who our first 6 winners are. We have Dirty Unicorn, which was Baz, I believe, in first place. Catherine R. in second place. LaShonda Tyree in third place. Al Gerhold in fourth place. Darla Shelton. Where's my 5th place? I'm missing something. Janet in 5th place. I don't have a last name for Janet. But Janet, hopefully you will email us a screenshot or just let us know that that was you. And then our 6th place winner was Darla Shelton. Then we had a second trivia, and I will grab those names. So make sure that if your name is called, that you email memberservices@soapguild.org to ensure that we are able to credit your account there for the soap bubbles. And these 6 winners each are getting 50 golden soap bubbles. So that's 5. Gina Lynn Daguio, I'm sorry, I'm butchering your last name, but I do remember seeing your name up there. Second place or second winner was Tiffany Scarvey. The third winner, Al is double bubble here. Al Gerhold is the third winner. Tracy Bay in fourth, and the 5th winner is LaShonda Tyree. So double congratulations, because I happen to be the president of the New Jersey chapter of the Soap Guild, and both Al and LaShonda are from the Jersey, so we're representing over there. No ringers. I didn't give anybody any answers. They knew. They showed up and showed out. So last but not least is really hearing from all of you. What is it that you're really looking forward to as we are winding down? Whether that be in your soap business, whether that be at the conference, what's the first thing you're going to fill out on the website? Go ahead and put that in the chat so that I can spotlight you and see how we can hold each other accountable. There is the space within the member area or the HSCG group on Facebook. That is a wonderful place to find somebody who is similar to you, or you have similar goals, or you're at the same place. Try and interact with them and get yourself a soap buddy. And so Baz is saying networking with vendors at the conference. That is always something I look forward to. When you're shopping at home, it's kind of difficult to actually smell them. And most of the vendors that sell fragrance or essential oil products, you can smell what the rock is cooking because you can open every single one of them. LaShonda is saying New Jersey, New Jersey. Go ahead. All right. Go Al. Go Zakia. All right. And what do we have? I am looking forward to the soap calculator, revamping my packaging and pricing for my business. Yes, for all of you that are soap makers, you have to remember that with all these other prices that are influxing, we have to adjust as well. It's okay to have those conversations with your customers as all of this is kind of happening right now. So you want to make sure that you are preparing them, but don't go into debt because you just don't want to change your prices. So really take a look at what it's costing you and then make sure that you are accounting for that in your business. Facebook user, I don't have your name, but it says I will fill out the member, producer, or the maker marketplace after overhauling my website, right? It's like, oh, do I really want to put that up there? I've been meaning to add new pictures. Gina Lynn, thank you. All right, so that was Gina. So Gina, I am going to hold you to that on the membership page. I'm going to check back with you in 30 days, 38 days, and say, how close are you to getting to where you want in terms of overhauling your website? But that's something that we absolutely positively must do. Starting my soap business and having HSCG support and help. Tracy, I'm hoping that you're coming to the conference. If you're not already a member of HSCG, this is a great time to do that because you also get access to the private Facebook group. And then there's also the website with additional resources as a member. But I'm hoping I get to meet you in person at the conference. Is there a conference in the West Coast coming up? I will tell you that the conferences typically go East Coast, West Coast, Middle. East Coast, West Coast, Middle. Don't ask me where we are in that point right now. At some point, it will probably make its way to the West Coast. We find out typically at the end of a conference, so keep your eyes and ears peeled. Sure. Amy, price of membership and more information on the labels and requirements of soap. Do I have someone from the Soap Guild who can come and help me with the price of membership? I can also go to the website. And then label and requirements, I would say definitely pick up Marie Gale's books. They are pretty much the standard that most soap makers and cosmetic makers use in order to get that. And if you need additional information or support, I know that those workshops will be happening at the conference, and there may be other options later on. So keep your eyes and ears peeled in terms of those offerings. I am a member. I said, man, I couldn't get the word out. I am a member. Next year, you will meet me. I'm going to hold you to it, Tracy. All right. Brenda says, I hadn't utilized the site much before. Looking forward to exploring the redesigned site. Yeah, there is a ton of information there. So Jason, thank you for answering that information. Basic membership is $175, I'm pretty sure. I don't quote, I didn't say it, Jason said it. So we'll find out for sure and get the number. And Matthew says, I agree. I am looking forward to actually being able to use the resources from the Guild more actively. And I think the way it's set up, you're going to be very, very pleased on how easy it is to navigate and find what you want. And I know that they're very receptive to feedback. Like when the site first launched, they were in the Facebook group and sharing, give us your feedback. We want to know. We want to know. And I have someone from Member Services to tell me the correct information. She's going to say it loud enough so you all can hear it. Come closer, Carol Ann. Her name's not Carol Ann, but I say that.
Membership is $175 for the year, and then there's 2 insurance policies for $275 and $380. If you have any questions, give us a call here in the office. We're here most days until 5. Fridays we're here till noon, and we'll answer anything you got.
Thank you. That was actually Christine. I leaned over because I have the AirPods in and that's where the microphone was. So I'm hoping that it came through loud and clear. If you are in business with your soap making, a lot of people try to skirt under the rug for a little while. Make sure you are covered with your product liability insurance. What's available is very, very comprehensive for what you will need as a soap maker. Let's see. Yes, West Coast was canceled, I remember, due to the pandemic. So I'm sure we're due, right? Well, after Philadelphia at some point. I'm still rooting for Philadelphia. All right, let's see. Latoya says, I would love to attend the HSCG conference in the near future. Tiffy says, insurance deals for members is the best offer I got anywhere. Great job to HSCG. Yeah, it's stronger together. The more people, it's that much better. Yeah, both East and West Coast had to be canceled. Here's a question I have for you. What did you do during the pandemic to either strengthen your business or change in your business? Or did you enter into the business? I'm just curious how some of you were able to fare throughout the pandemic. I spent a lot of time studying. I got really interested in herbalism. So I started incorporating more herbs into my formulations, which were really loved because everybody was really getting a kick out of really understanding the ingredients. So that was one thing that changed for me during the pandemic for sure. And so I'll look and see what some of you say. I love the new conference info section. It's much easier to navigate and find all the info. Honestly, I also can't wait to finally be with my people in person again in Kansas City. Well, I'm going to look for you, Debbie. I will probably connect with you on the Hoover app just to make sure. New location gets announced at every conference. Yes, agree with Matt. Boz says, I started my business in the midst of the pandemic. Well, good for you. And you got yourself 500 soap bubbles to boot, right? So I'm hoping you're able to put that to good use. Lee is saying that all locations are back on the menu. We will start to plan new locations after this conference in Kansas City. So stay tuned, everybody. I attended endless workshops. The number of workshops that are available, and then I'm one of them. There's typically 2 that I want to see that are scheduled at the same time, and it's like, okay, go here, go there, go here, go there. So I get it. Let's see. Kiffy also started herbal courses online, and now I do more of plant-based products for sure. I'm hoping you're loving that it feels holistic, right? We were doing the essential oils, and now you can incorporate more herbs into it. It's kind of like from seed to product, right? Okay. Matthew is saying his business also started during the pandemic. Jason made lotion sticks for first responders and nurses, and we made hand sanitizer. How many people were making hand sanitizer? Put a 1 in the chat. Listen, for all the bad things the pandemic were, it was a great time to be a soap maker. What was one thing that we heard everywhere? Wash your hands. And what did you have to wash your hands with? Soap and water. So hopefully you got a chance to at least experience that and really start educating people about the products that you are making. Let's see. Brenda, see? Best sales during pandemic because I already had a website up. People were shopping online. Yes, definitely. Having a website was definitely a benefit for sure. I also started my business. How many pandemic businesses do we have? Congratulations. Welcome aboard on the business side. You were probably making it for some time, but congratulations. We also have Amy. During the pandemic, I added to my business and took the plunge into the process of an upscale. So you probably were able to relate to what Anne Marie was talking about in terms of that scaling up. You get your processes in order, but then now I'm making 100 pounds versus 20 pounds. What does that look like and feel like? Debbie is a pandemic biz. Boz is a pandemic biz. And there was a whole Meet Your Maker Showdown TV thing. Yes. Our membership grew by over 20% during the year between 2020 and 2021. So now is a fantastic time to be a maker, guys. and really arming yourself with the knowledge, the tools, the resources, everything that you need in order to really come confidently with what it is. You can find that in the Soap Guild. The website is the start of that search, but you immersing yourself in the community, the Facebook page is another way that you are absolutely in good company with other people who don't mind talking cosmetic making for days, weeks, months on end, any of those. And then you also have the conference experience. That's where you get to actually go, be on site, interact with not only makers, but vendors. You get to listen to keynotes. You also get to interact in various workshops. So it is a wonderful place for you to be able to really, really grow as a handcrafted artisan and learn, because I don't care how long you've been in it, there is always something else to learn or something that you can teach someone else. So really, really keep that in mind as you are continuing in your business, just starting out. It's only a hobby. There is a space for you, and having the Soap Guild as a resource as well as an advocate to make sure that we all are able to continue practicing what we love is really, really an amazing aspect of being a member. So business was on back burner. I also teach college, and the transition to online was challenging for many reasons. Also, all in-person events were canceled until this year. Yeah, that was tough. But hopefully, there were enough resources to help you to grow. So we do have our next and final guest joining us. That would be Lori of Nova Studios, and I will bring her on in just a moment. But I am so grateful that all of you were able to share your membership stories or the way your business got started or what you're looking forward to. If you are coming to the conference, be sure to add me on Hoover. I would love to meet up with you. And now I would like to introduce Lori. I never say her last name right. Lori Nova Indres. And I am going to bring her on now. Hello, Lori. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. It has been a marathon of a launch day here, but I'm so glad you're able to join us live. And
yeah, me too. It's a real honor to be here.
Yeah, and for the people who don't know you, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about where you fit in this whole soap world, what it is that your organ or your company does.
So yeah, I'm one of those who have been around for a long time. I have been making natural bath and body products for about a little over 20 years. And I started like a lot of people start, just as a hobby, just with an interest and in my kitchen. And after a pretty short period of time, I decided that I would start to teach it because there weren't very many classes that I could find to take. And so, yeah, that was about, that was around 2001. 2001. And then in 2003, I officially opened up a full-time teaching space called the Nova Studio in Point Richmond, California. And I had that for quite a while, 12 or so years. And then I am a military spouse. So unfortunately, I had to move out of the area. And I am currently in Ohio, which it looks like we'll be settling here for a little while. And so the Nova Studio physical location is no longer there, but we transitioned to online teaching. So I'm still doing it, still interacting with people, just more in an online virtual way than in person.
Great, great. So not only are you certified in both basic, cold process, hot process, and melt and pour, but you are also a teacher with the HSCG. How do you think the teacher program connects to the industry?
So I can't remember how long ago it was. As soon as they started that teacher program, I was already teaching at that point. So I went ahead and did the certifications and signed up for it. And I think I don't know that it changed much for me personally. It certainly helps anyone who wants to reach more people. You can post your classes through the HSCG website, and they send out an email once a month. And so we do that. And it definitely helps us reach people. We get emails from people all the time that say, "Oh, I saw you on the HSCG website." So it just kind of helps with exposure and helps people find you. And so, as far as the teacher program and the certifications go, I would say that, if you're, some people are wanting to do it, like maybe they want to start teaching, but maybe they've not done it before and they don't have a lot of confidence, or they don't feel like they have a lot of credibility if they haven't taught in the past. So I would say that certification and being a certified teacher is a great idea for anyone like that, because it can help you show some expertise and credibility in the industry. And also, I think it would help with confidence too. You can be like, "Oh, I've taken the test, I passed the certifications." And I think it's a great program. I mean, I've been a member of the HSCG. I had to add it up because I wasn't sure, for 17 years.
Wow.
And
17
so
is a long time.
17 is a long time. Yeah. And it was so different back then, right? Back then, people pretty much just joined for, I think, one of two reasons. One, for if they needed insurance, so they could get insurance. And the other one was for the conference,
Yeah.
right? Because the conferences are so amazing and awesome to get together in person with people and learn and network and just have so much fun, right? With all that energy. But beyond that, there wasn't a whole lot that the Guild was doing online, for people, because online wasn't really as big of a thing back then. So, yeah, I would say now, including the teacher certification and, the private Facebook group, and there's just like, I can't, I'm sure you've covered a lot of those benefits, but I couldn't even name them all. But yeah, there's just so much, as the Guild has grown over the years, there's just so much value that people can get out of being a member. So yeah, if anybody ever asks me about it, I always encourage them to, go check out the website, look at the benefits, and consider joining, because, there are just so many, and just to be part of a larger group of people who are doing what you do.
Yeah, for sure. So you mentioned how the organization has changed. Has the type of student changed over the years? And how has teaching changed during the pandemic in particular?
Well, I think for anybody who wasn't doing online teaching, I think, it really exploded the market of online teaching, right? Not just in our field, but in every single field. So I think a lot of us are just more comfortable now learning remotely. I mean, I'm on Zoom at least 3 or 4 times a week, and as a student a lot myself, and as a member of groups. So I think people are becoming more comfortable with online learning, which is great. I mean, it's not quite the same as in person, but it is really the next best thing. I mean, when you add up the cost that it would take for somebody to travel, whether it was to California to the Nova studio or here to Ohio for a private lesson with me, it's very expensive just to travel. And with COVID, right, with traveling, it's very difficult now. So, and just unpredictable. So I think online teaching is definitely something that if people haven't considered it, I would definitely say, why not, like, give it a try. And as far as the pandemic, I think initially when the pandemic hit, we weren't sure what would happen with our business, because we rely entirely on income from classes. We don't also sell products like some people do. We just focus all on the teaching. And we weren't sure, right, with the pandemic, when everything shut down. But it actually it spiked, because I guess more people were like, "Oh, I'm at home, I want to do something with my time and be productive and learn." So we saw that, and then I think it kind of leveled out a bit, because it's like the pandemic that's never ending, right?
Right.
But I mean, certainly, as the numbers in the Guild and the increase in people who are interested in making their own bath and body products, that just continues to rise. I mean, I don't see an end in sight to that.
No.
So that's really great that, it continues to be popular. People love it. I mean, we make amazing products, right? We all do. And And there's a reason why people love that. So yeah, I think now it's just a very challenging time for everybody with the current state of the world, from everything from, you know, the inflation to the war that's going on in Ukraine. And it's a lot of people, I think, right now are a little bit more holding on to their money right now because we're just uncertain about what is going to happen. But for the long haul, yeah, I don't see this interest in this field going away.
No.
And you know, I still have my passion for it, you know, and for sharing what I know with others and for making the products. So that's not waned in 20 years. So I'm super excited to just continue to be a part of the guild. And you know, I think I would like to get back to going to the conferences. I've had to. It's been difficult for me to do that, you know. But in the future, I hope to be able to attend more in person.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Lori, I ask every speaker the same question, and that is, what is one piece of advice that you have for either a new soap maker or someone who's been in the business for some time?
Just one. I would say, gosh, I think I would just say, I can't imagine anyone in this day and age going it alone, you know, like trying to do everything themselves and learn everything themselves and being very solitary in that. So I would say just the opposite of that. I would say don't be afraid to reach out, you know, connect with people, meet people, whether it's online or in your community. Maybe you can find some friends in your neighborhood who would want to make something with you. You know, just kind of, because to me, it's one of my biggest values or things that I find important in my life is connection and connecting with other people. So, you know, I love making bath and body products, but if I'm making them by myself, it's not as enjoyable as if I'm making it with other people. So for me, I would just say, you know, just reach out, connect with people, make friends, find friends that want to do it with you. And, you know, just look out for more than one teacher as well. You know, a lot of different teachers have a different teaching style, they have different methods, and there's really something to be gained from learning even the same topic from multiple teachers. You never
Yeah.
know what you don't know until you learn it. So, yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, Lori, thank you so much for joining us. I can't wait to see you in person again at some upcoming conference, and we really appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah, thank you, Zakia. Thank you so much. You're doing an awesome job hosting this.
Thank you. Have a wonderful evening.
Evening for me. Yes, I'm on Eastern time. But yes, you too. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All righty. Bye-bye. All right, everyone. I know nobody wants to leave. It's never a good time. It's so hard to say goodbye and all that other fun stuff. But we have made it to 7 p.m. I am Zakia Ringgold here in Saratoga Springs. So if you didn't get that question right, we are in Saratoga Springs at the Handcrafted Soap and Cosmetic Guild. Be sure to stay connected. And now I'm going to invite everybody who's been here behind the scenes helping out to come and say bye-bye, everybody. We have Lee, we have Stephanie, and we also have Tracy, and we also have Sarah, and we also have Christine, and we also have Beth, and we can't forget Ken, and we also have Cameron. Everybody here to say thank you so much. Enjoy the website. Thank you for being here. And we thank you for being a member. And if we don't see you at the conference, we'll see you online. Have a wonderful day. Bye, everybody. Woo! Let's give you all a round of applause. All right. Bye-bye.